There we go.
Hello. All right. Good evening, everyone. Buenas noches. If we could settle in, please, we're going to get started. Before we call to order, I'd like for all of us, if it's possible, to have a moment of silence. Recently, we've experienced two losses within our Hialeah family, and if we could just take a couple seconds to remember in silence Jose Luis Rodriguez. He's the father of one of our council members, Luis Rodriguez, who passed away last week, and along with a former fire cadet, Janesa Pulido, who also passed away. If we could just take a couple seconds, moment of silence. Thank you. Roll call.
Mr. Calvo,
Present.
Ms. Garcia Robis,
Present.
Ms. Pacheco is absent, Ms. Perez, Mr. Rodriguez,
Present.
Mr. Tunidor,
Present.
Mr. Zogby.
Present.
Mr. President, you have enough members to conduct business.
Thank you. Invocation led by Marbellis.
Lord, we ask for your continued blessing upon our city. We ask that you grant the members of this council wisdom and understanding in every decision they face. Amen.
Amen. Okay, Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilwoman Monica Perez.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Meeting guidelines.
The following guidelines have been established by the city council. All lobbyists must register with the city clerk. As a courtesy to others, please refrain from using cellular telephones or other similar electronic devices in the council chamber. A maximum of 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers in opposition will be allowed to address the council on any one item. Each speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No signs or placards in support of or in opposition to an item or speaker shall be permitted within the council chamber. Any person, whether participating via the web platform, telephonic conferencing, or physical presence at City Hall, interested in making comments or posing questions on matters of public concern or on any item on the agenda may do so during the meeting. Members of the public may address the city council on any item pertaining to city business during the comments and questions portion of the meeting. A member of the public is limited to 1 appearance before the city council, and the speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The public can view public meetings on the city's YouTube page. Members of the public may hear the meeting live through telephonic conferencing using any telephone or cellular phone service. A smart device or computer not necessary to participate in the meeting if you join by phone. All persons participating via the web platform will be muted during the meeting until called upon to be heard. Participation through Zoom requires a computer or smart mobile device with a microphone and web camera. The participant may elect to participate in the meeting using audio only or appear through both audio and video. The video function of all participants appearing through video will be turned off until called upon to be heard.
Thank you, City Clerk. Let's move on over, Mayor presentations.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And we have in the audience today a good friend, I think a good friend of all of ours, but definitely a good friend of the city of Hialeah, Mr. Pico Garcia from Florida International University. He's going to speak up. Come up, Pete. We're going to address an issue that we have in our agenda, which I think is extremely important and is very helpful to many aspiring students to the university, FIU, my alma mater. So, Pete, you're recognized.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for having me, and members of the city council. I was here last year and you were one of the first cities to partnership with us in reference to the first generation municipality scholarship fund. Basically what we did last year was you gave us $50,000 and we matched it 2 for 1. So it became $150,000. That was awarded to City of Hialeah residents that are first generation and Pell Grant eligible. And 150 got $1,000 scholarships. And today I brought Emily Perez with me. She's one of the recipients that she actually lives 5 blocks away from here. but you don't understand, or maybe you do, how important this is for these kids, because a lot of these kids work, Emily works. They don't get help from their parents because their parents can't afford to give them help. And I said last year when I was here, I was first generation. I grew up in City of Hialeah, and it was unfortunate because a lot of my friends, they had the ability to go to college. They didn't have the resources to go to college. Some of them did, they started, and then they had to go back to work to help their parents, to help their family, and they never went back and graduated. So like I said, it's been a very successful program. Now we got a lot of municipalities, but I will say, I think Hialeah was one of the first two. And obviously, since I grew up here, it's personal to me. But I would like to have Emily Perez just state what it means for her, because she could actually state better what it means for the students that I can. Emily.
Thank you. Can you name and address, please, ma'am?
Yes, of course. So I live 307 East 11th Street. So 3rd Avenue and 11th Street, I'm right there.
Perfect.
Nice to meet you guys. This is my first time here, so if I'm a little bit nervous, I'm not, okay? I just want to start off, thank you. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, it does mean a lot. A little backstory. Previous to me being at FIU, I did go to Nova. That was my dream school to go to. And I was there for a year, and it was $6,000 a semester out of pocket to pay for it, right? And my parents, being immigrants, stuff like that, they don't have enough to pay for those $6,000. So I had to leave Nova, right? And coming over to FIU, doing my first year now at FIU, I remember going into my financial aid and seeing that $1,000. I was kind of scared. I was like, did I win something? Did I apply somewhere to a scholarship? And I felt super blessed and super grateful because those $1,000 went a long way. It was money that I was going to have to pull out of my pocket to pay for classes. So I know I don't speak only on myself, but on behalf of all the other students who won that, we are very thankful for whatever support we do receive, because some are less fortunate than me and they receive less. So I do want to say thank you, and hopefully we can keep this going for many, 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 many years with the help of you guys. And yeah, thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you,
Thank
Mayor.
you.
Outstanding. Thank you. And so part of the items we have is this program, and you know, we're blessed to have a premier public university here in Miami-Dade County. Not only is their undergrad program obviously trend setting and a lot of people trying to get into school. What can I say about their law school and their medical school? So if this, I believe, money very well spent. The matching really makes this grow even more, and it's helping us, you know, aspiring students in our community. And you know, we obviously will ask for your support when we get into the consent agenda. Thank you.
Mayor, the only thing is, I really do wish that we had some sort of FIU presence in the city of Hialeah.
Well, you know, this radio guy will tell you que estamos a 20 minutos from FIU. So, but I hear you. Yes. I
All
hear
right.
you loud and clear.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for being here. Let's move over to, let's do announcement of amendments. Oh, let's do comments and questions. No, yeah.
So we have Speaker Jose Ozzie, please.
Hi, Jose Aldi. I made a mistake. I'm speaking in resolution. I'm not speaking here. I made a mistake. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ozzie. What else we have? For public
Mr.
comments.
Mr. Fernie Coipiel.
Good evening.
How's it going, my brother?
Good, man.
If I could get these, Thank you. All right, Fernie Coppell, 3760 East Sixth Avenue, Hialeah. I'm here today because I just want to gather some information, get some due diligence so I can understand this resolution, this resolution a little bit better. Last meeting, the board went ahead and passed this resolution, and I had a couple of questions. I met with our city attorneys, and they said that they could not offer legal advice, so I had to come to council and ask the council about this, right? I don't know who proposed this, this
I did.
resolution? You
I did, yeah.
Awesome. Excellent. Good. Then I could
Sure.
probably get most information from you.
Yeah.
So just to get an idea, if we're just take it outside these walls for a second. If we're going, you're driving 35 miles an hour, the speed limit, you go over 1 mile, you know your parameters, you know you can get stopped, you can get cited, you can get a ticket. It's very clear, it's understood. This resolution, I didn't quite understand that, right? So if you go to the area that I went and highlighted there, it says visual electronic data, then it skips, shall not bear a message that is personal, obscene, or profane,
Mhm.
right? I don't know what personal means in this case. Would you be able to give me an example of what personal
Yeah,
is?
Fernie, yeah, I'll give you a response. So what we're trying to avoid is, for example, someone offers, let's say yourself, right?
Right.
You come here and you offer a video of 5 minutes, just personally insulting or bashing.
Right, it only
someone,
applies to
right?
video? It only applies to video because it only says video here. Like in the chamber, you'd be allowed to do it, right?
So can you be clear on that?
So visual electronic data to be streamed using city equipment.
Right,
So you're providing us with a video or photographs that you need us to stream.
right. But I'm saying if you're in chamber, like for example, I kind of prepared a quote just to see if that would, like, does this fall into it? Like, council member Medina sickens me. He sucks as a council member, and his vote on this ordinance is a bunch of fucking political bullshit.
Mhm.
Would that fall into that ordinance?
That I would consider personal, obscene, and profane.
Right, but then
Right.
at the same time, according to, if I'm not mistaken, under the First Amendment with Gooding versus Wilson, we're allowed to say that in a limited public forum. So my question is, how can that supersede what case law, I mean, you might want to check with the attorney, I don't know, what case law already has said is okay?
Mr. Rivas, and then I'll respond.
Well, what this is carefully tailored to say is, for example, you're using city medium, the city airwaves, the city video, the city audio. The city will not loan its equipment for obscene, profane, or insulting material. So it's the city's equipment, it's the city's chambers, and that's, I think, a logical proprietary rule. As to getting into debates about the First Amendment and limited public forums and all that, I think that goes, beyond the immediate scope of what these rules are about.
And then Fernie, and I'll let you, why don't you
Yeah.
respond now, and then I'll end it.
No, I'm listening. Again,
Yeah.
I'm just gathering information because
Yeah.
it wasn't quite clear.
No, absolutely, absolutely. So then we'll end with my response then. So this is specific to any videos or anything that we may need to stream using city resources, right? But if you were to stand there and do that, right, and start using that type of language, it falls out of the rules of decorum, right? And so we can't run this like a circus, right? This can't be an all-out war or anarchy. We have business to conduct, city business, and we're not going to be tolerating any type of rhetoric of that nature, right? So it'll be at the discretion of the council president to determine whether or not, right, that is insulting, obscene, or profane. But again, this here is specific to videos. There's been plenty of times, even Mr. Ozzie has come to us before, the day of, giving us a USB, right, and asking, let me finish, and asking to play it, and we don't know if what we're going to be
Right,
playing, right?
of
We have
course.
kids here, we have kids in the chamber, we have all types of folks here, so we're going to take the proper precautions to do that. Okay.
Excellent. Yeah, I just to be, I know we're done and I'm out of time and all that, but
Yeah.
it does say here in the Gooding v. Wilson, just so we know and we're clear on it, in chambers, The court held that the government cannot punish profane, vulgar, or words simply because they're offensive. So by restricting and not letting you speak and possibly kicking you out,
Sure.
that is
Yeah.
a type of punishment, but
Yeah.
that's for another moment.
Sure, yeah, and we're not here to
Yeah,
punish
I'm not
anyone.
gonna get into
Again, if you have anything of substance to bring
Yeah.
before the city, right, and make sure that what you say benefits this
Yeah.
community, by all means, please, we're here to hear, okay?
Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much,
Appreciate
appreciate you.
And-
All right,
Mr. Chair, not to belabor the point, but just for the record, that the rules by the council going back to when they were first enacted in 2007-08 already had a section on addressing the council with a moderate tone and appropriate language and so forth and so on. So that is actually fairly common in rules procedure before local legislative.
thank you, city attorney. All right. Close.
Liz Espinosa,
Ms. Espinosa? Hi, how are you? You just, your name and address, just when you get up here, thank you.
Hello, my name is Liz Espinosa. I live at 41 East 60th Street. Thank you. And I just really wanted to voice my strong opinion opposing the approval of special use permits for SUP and CUP for Children's Learning Paradise of 21 East 60th Street. Too many neighbors, myself included, have been transformed negatively due to the approvals of these permits. I just wanted to say that.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to voice that opinion.
Oh, absolutely. No, I appreciate, and we're gonna take that item up as well, a little later today on the planning and zoning items. So
Thank you.
thank you so much. Appreciate it.
that's it, sir.
Okay. All right. Anyone online that has any public comments?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to announcement of amendments.
Item PZ 10 has been postponed until February 27th, 2024 per the applicant's request. And consent item AA has been added to today's agenda.
All right, perfect. Let's move on to board appointments, please.
Proposed resolution appointing Mike Hidalgo to the Historic Preservation Board of the City of Hialeah for a 3-year term beginning on February 14th, 2024 and ending on February 13th, 2027, and providing for an effective date.
All right, do we have a motion?
Motion.
All right, we have a motion by the Vice President. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, second by Ms. Perez.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Oh,
Oh.
I'm sorry. I did not see you. Ms. Pacheco, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, Ms. Pacheco is present.
Perfect, thank you. All right, next item is a big one, 9B.
Proposed resolution appointing Melinda de la Vega to the Historic Preservation Board of the City of Hialeah for a 3-year term beginning on February 14th, 2024 and ending on February 13th, 2027, and providing for an effective date.
All right.
Motion.
We have a motion by the
Second.
Vice President. We have the second by Monica Perez.
Mr. Tumidor,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Perfect. I just want to say, Mikey Hidalgo, a great Hialeah guy, works for Cohia now at this moment. Great addition to this board, and Melinda, superstar, and her family, a bunch of superstars, heavily involved with the Lions Club of Hialeah. So very, very happy that she's on board. 9C.
Proposed resolution appointing Jonathan Martinez to the Historic Preservation Board of the City of Hialeah for a 3-year term beginning on February 14th, 2024 and ending on February 13th, 2027, and providing for an effective date.
Another good guy. We have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Luis Rodriguez, second by Monica Perez.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
All right, so heading into consent agenda, does anyone want to pull an item?
Congratulations to all of you. Through the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
item Y.
Item Y for the Vice President. Any other items?
Yes, I would like to discuss item D, P and Y.
D
P
and Y.
And
Okay,
Y.
got it. Thank you. Do we have any other items?
Item L, Lima.
No. Okay, any other items? All right, do we have a motion?
Motion.
Oh, go ahead, sir. Sorry. Say again?
Jose Alzi, I would like to speak on item P.
P, yes, Ms. Pacheco pulled it, so thank you. All right, do we have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Councilman Rodriguez and second by the Vice President.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The consent agenda has passed except items Y, D, P, and L.
All right, item D.
Proposed resolution waiving competitive bidding and authorizing the mayor, his designee, and the city clerk as a testing witness on behalf of the city to issue and execute a purchase order with Placer Labs Incorporated, doing business as Placer AI Civic, for the purchase of software services, approving the expenditure in an amount not to exceed $37,000 and providing for an effective date.
Perfect. Councilman Pacheco, you recognize?
Yes, this item, got my attention because it's a software that gathers geolocation data from mobile devices. And I was just, I'm curious to know, how is the city going to be using it and what's the benefit?
Mayor?
Yeah, I think I could answer that.
Oh, he's there. And David's also there.
Yeah, Councilwoman, the city, when it hosts many events, tries to ascertain how many folks attend our events. And even from a standpoint of us being able to lay out in the future road work that we want to do in our city, this technology literally will tell us how many people are attending events, how many people are using our streets. Actually will help us and aid us in trying to identify how many people do we have living in our city, which is a little evasive when we've tried other methods to try to get to ascertain how much population. So I did see their presentation. I was very impressed with their ability to be able to just literally pinpoint how many people are gathering at different points, whether it's at Westland or whether it's one of our parks. And I think it's going to be a valuable tool in the future, not only for us to be able to plan for events, but it may also even aid our events department from a standpoint of sponsorships in the futures, that we could, represent accurately to someone how many people are coming to our events.
I was just, I had a concern because I was doing research online and I see that they gather very, very specific information, demographic data, even the income for the individuals. It tells you at any given moment in real time, for example, how many people are in Westland Mall, and it keeps track of a person's habits, even spending habits, shopping habits. So it tracks people wherever they go. And I don't know, I just found that to be a little disturbing. It's like there's no privacy.
We live in an age of technology that clearly, in fact, all your street lights in Miami-Dade County over the next couple of years will be embedded with technology that's going to read off of your cell phone signal in order to be able to move traffic in an effective kind of way. It's a reality. The city's not interested in people's spending habits or tracking their personal behavior. That's not something that we engaged in as far as the conversation was concerned. Are we interested in the amount of people in our city? Yes. At any given time, absolutely. It's a valuable tool, like I said earlier, to be able to plan for events, to be able to identify how many people are at the event. But But in the presentation that we had, we didn't get into any personal information, nor did we ask for any personal information. Because I quite honestly don't think that the city would be interested in that kind of information.
But that doesn't limit them from gathering the data and selling it, from what I read.
What they do with information that they gather as far as selling it to others, again, was not, that might be their business model, not what the city is interested in. The city is definitely interested in, like I said earlier, amount of people in our city, how they move through our city, and it's a valuable tool for us to be able to plan long-term as far as road expansion, road work that needs to be done. This is real-time information.
Yes. No, I understand that it may be very valuable data. It's just that with the information that we're provided, as council members, there really wasn't too much available for me to make that determination, and I had to do some additional research. And well, what I found was, at least for me personally, I just found it to be somewhat disturbing that this software could track the stores that I visit, and then I'll receive advertising customized to my habits. I found that to be very invasive because they do sell the data. But like I said, I just wanted to know more and how, how this came to be and how it would benefit the city. But you do have a valid point about tracking how many people we have in the city and the events. It's just, it's technology is a little scary.
Yeah, it's technology is very scary, and the only thing I could tell you is turn off the location on your phone.
That's not good enough.
Because Councilwoman, I don't know what to tell you. We're living in an age of technology, and I'm not going to profess to be an expert in technology. I will tell you though, as we move forward as a city, as the more information that we have, the better it is. There is no intent, no desire for the city to try to use that in any shape or form other than to be able to plan for the future. And it's, whether you like it or not, Google's tracking your moves as you do now, Alexa, it is just the nature of the beast. And the more technology we bring into our home, the more we are leaving digital footprints and fingerprints all over the place. It's a reality. Will the city use that information to somehow or another go after somebody? Look, I don't envision it. I'm not going to participate in anything like that. But would I like to know how many people are in my city and how much are people moving through my city? I think it would be valuable. Anything other than that is just a speculation. How many people live in our city? How many people drive through our city? How many people are in the city of Hialeah at 1 o'clock in the afternoon? No one could say for certain. This may be able to give us a good an indicator, may be able to give us enough tools and ammunition to go to Washington and go to state of Florida or even our county to ask for more money based on data that right now doesn't exist.
Well, I guess it is what it is.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
If you look at the features though, that it says that the program comes with, and I'm not sure if we could select the product features that we would like, it only lists of what would benefit us as a municipality about 12 different features. So maybe that is something that the program offers, but maybe that's an additional cost, since I'm sure deep diving into those, or maybe we could select from the 12 of what benefits us. I agree. I mean, the world that we live in, Councilwoman Pacheco is like that. Sometimes I think my phone is listening to me. I say something. The other day I was talking to my friend talking about how she's pregnant, and all of a sudden I started getting maternity dresses for sale on Amazon. I don't know. So I agree. I agree. That's the world we live in, and it's scary. And I have everything turned off. I have everything off. Nobody follows me. No, I have everything. So I don't know how it does it, but somehow it does it. But I do rely on that. And I think I love data. And I think that this feeds into us programming our streets, knowing how many people that don't just live here, but that shop here, that maybe come to our libraries, to come to our events, extravaganza. We don't really ever know how many people come, and even kids have phones now. So maybe it could zap and say, oh, there was this many people. So, it's the world we live in, but I understand your concern, but it seems that out of the 12 features that are here, it's something that we would really benefit from.
All
Motion
right.
to approve?
All right, we got a motion by Perez.
Second.
We have a second by the Vice President. Call roll.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
All right, item L.
Request permission to increase purchase order number 2024-847 issued to Ackerman LLC for legal services in relation to providing special counsel and specialized advice to the city for the proposed development of the new City of Hialeah Government Center in a public-private partnership with a selected developer by an additional amount of $50,000 for a total cumulative expense amount not to exceed $75,000.
Mr. Calvo.
Yeah, so this whole city hall and kind of 55 acres, we've been talking about this for the past year or so. We spent quite a bit of money on it, about 150,000, if I remember correctly. So I wanted to understand where we were in the process. Obviously, we're being asked for additional funds today, how those funds will be utilized. And moreover, what is the timeline in order to consider that proposal in a definite form? I remember when we were last talking about this, a year ago, whenever it was, we also talked about the possibility of the developer ultimately paying for some of these fees. Obviously, the city is not in the habit of giving, free money to developers, but we keep writing the checks. And so that is my concern with this item. If I can get some sort of update, I don't see it here in the backup documents.
Well, this item, Councilmember Calvo, just has to do with the special counsel. I can tell you, though, I don't want to take the sails from the wind of the administration and other involved in this, that there is a request for qualifications that has been issued, which is to pre-qualify large developers for this project. That is been issued, I believe. It's out on the street. And it's to compile a list of developers that would go further in the process with an RFP, which would, have the experience, the financial wherewithal, the capability to undertake a project of this size. I can also tell you in response to your question that I believe it's envisioned that ultimately many of these expenditures that the city has incurred, I'm not saying all, but many will seek to be captured by whoever the successful applicant is as part of the contract negotiations. Insofar as this item just has to do with special counsel that was engaged last summer. They were engaged in the summer of last year. And, they're a large firm. It's an AV firm. I myself don't mind telling you, I've been trying to use them, in a modest manner since I've been involved. But they're a large firm, and they, in the many months and say where they're retained, they're basically at the level of their original purchase order, which was a very modest purchase order. So this is seeking a customary increase as this thing goes forward. So that's all this item is about. It's not about the project in general. It's about Ackerman. But I hope I've responded with some general information.
I think part of his question, Rafael, and I think it speaks to the P3 rules, is that this money being spent is money that gets reimbursed for the city. Because the city needs to go through its due diligence, and since we do not have the in-house expertise on these items, that's where we engage the outside counsel. And council member, my understanding of the whether it's the state, county, or the city's P3 guidance or procurement process is that these monies spent on evaluating and making a determination whether to proceed or not is all money that's reimbursable by the developer.
The city, as yes, Mr. Mayor, you're entirely correct. The city will be seeking reimbursement of these costs from the successful developer. These and perhaps any other consulting costs the P3 statute 255-065-265 also allows the city, just as a point of information, to have a P3 fee just to review a P3. But I am not personally aware that the city has, promulgated that or followed that. But just going forward with P3s, the city is able to just charge a fee to evaluate it. But this is a very large, it's a monumental project. So I think at that point in time, it was considered to be of a sufficient complexity and scope that special counsel would be engaged for it.
Yeah, just two things. I hear you saying the word reimbursable, that we'll try to seek it from the developer. But how set in stone is that? I mean, what if they renege? What if the council decides, hey, we don't want to move forward at all at this juncture? It seems to me that the answer would be that we would receive none of this money back. Point number one. And then the second point is, I guess, to simplify my original question, out of the $150,000 or so that we've already approved, what work exactly has been done? That's not clear to me.
Again, I am not going to speak as to other things other than legal because I'm merely the city attorney. I can tell you that Ackerman, has reviewed, though we have been heavily involved, but they have reviewed legislation and solicitation documents and had various conferences with us. I can tell you that as a point of negotiation, just astute negotiations, if you're going to be the successful developer, you will be asked, and that will be a condition, that you will reimburse the city. So, of course, if again, speaking in these, theoretical things that I can't predict the future.
It's not theoretical.
Well,
Very,
I don't,
very
if the
simple.
council decides not to go
The
forward,
council decides not to go forward, do we get the money or not?
I don't believe you do if the council
Okay.
decides not to go
Right.
forward, okay?
So I think that's important to know, right? Because I don't think that it should be sold as this is automatically going to come back to the city. We don't know what we're going to do. We have no idea. Maybe the reports come back and they say, this is the worst deal in history. We shouldn't move forward. Maybe they say go with somebody else. The other guy says, I have a totally different scope of project and those things don't apply to me.
To reiterate what I said, what I believe I said was that we would seek reimbursement of these fees from the successful developer. So again, that presumes that, the process will move forward and there will be some kind of award.
Right. So I guess more importantly, then the money that we have already approved, I just want to understand how it's been used and where we are in the process that we're being asked for additional funds.
The Ackerman bills have been attached as backup to this document. It shows you the hours that have been charged, shows you what they have done. It's been very modest so far. It's been 25. They're there, but they're there and the project is moving forward. As to the other expenditures, I am not the person to ask about that.
Okay, well, if anybody is the person to ask, wants to answer it, I believe there was 2 additional companies that we retained aside from Ackerman. Where are they in the process? I mean, this is all a collective sort of unit that we approved.
If I may, through the chair,
Go ahead.
if you look at the backup document, there's some services and initials rendered, the value.
Yep, I saw those.
I mean, ACOM is a separate consultant, but again, what we're here on today is the Ackerman bill. But Alex, if you want to address ACOM, go ahead.
Pablo, we've engaged AECOM. Like Mr. Rivas says, we've relied way more on AECOM than we have on Ackerman. Ackerman is merely our advisors, and we haven't used them as much as we have AECOM because AECOM has an expertise in the field to help us with the production of the RFQ and the RFP. They've helped us determine the speculations that we will need for the actual city hall itself, the size of the city hall, parking, the structure itself, and how we're going to partner with whichever developer gets selected. So I would say the 2 major people that we're working with are AECOM and Ackerman, but AECOM to a much larger degree.
Right.
We've also engaged a surveyor, Biscayne Engineering, that was standard. You'd need a survey of the property. We've engaged an appraising team that will appraise the property and make sure that we have the correct appraisal of the unit itself. And then I assume that we will get into an economist who can tell us how much that we will need from the successful developer who gets awarded the RFP.
And so those things that you're mentioning right now, are those going to be additional requests that are going to come forward at some point? Are those already subset into the original amount that the council approved of 150,000?
Well, I believe the 150,000, we're speaking of Ackerman, right? That's what we're talking about, Ackerman.
No,
The original-
150 was for all three companies.
Right.
Well, like Mr. Rivas says, you know, the goal is, once the RFP is issued, within the RFP, it'll specify that whoever is selected for the RFP is expected and will have to pick up the tab for these services that we have been provided.
And to pick up on that, so AECOM are professional consultants. They have done projects like the proposed Broward County, City of Fort Lauderdale Joint Government Center and others. So they're expert in that. And again, it's a very specialized thing. You need a surveyor because you have to be sure that the lands are accurately surveyed, and you need appraisals because it's that large of a project that the regulations require appraisals, so you know fair market value and fair market rents and all that. But again, what's before you tonight is not the entire project or anything. It's simply the PO for Ackerman.
Right. I guess the question is, you know, did we put the cart before the horse, right? We're spending all this money, we're doing all these things, and they all sound great, but it's not even clear whether we want to do this. So what I need to know, basically, I guess the question is, do we have tangible work product that we can review and say, okay, we've spent $150,000. This is so far what the work product that's been purchased.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, because it wasn't attached here. So that's basically why I'm confused.
Well, it wasn't attached here because we're discussing Ackerman.
All we're discussing here is an Ackerman PO. That's it.
If you'd like to see the AECOM, I can provide you all the specs that they've
Ackerman
given us.
doesn't exist in a vacuum. Ackerman is part of a package of consultants that, as you just said, we had to hire in order to move forward in this process.
Right, which is why you see everything that Ackerman has done attached.
All I see is their billing. I don't know exactly what they've done. I see what they bill.
Right.
They say that they've done case law research, that they've had meetings.
Right.
I don't see that they produced X document that I can read.
Well, I think it's like when you see public works consultants and engineering consultants here, you see their bills and what they've done. But you know, you don't necessarily see all their work product, and because that's just not the nature of that agenda item for a PO. I mean, AECOM has actually been much more involved. I will tell you, just as a point of general information, that for a firm of the size of Ackerman, this is a relatively modest bill. Okay.
Great. But more importantly, I just want to make sure that we're using the taxpayers' dollars in a very conservative and prudent manner. And so what I need to see is where we are in this process, what work product has been made. If the answer is none, then the answer is none. If I think you're kind of insinuating that there is some product that will be reviewable. If so, I'd love to see it.
Sure.
And you know, because ultimately, it seems like we're going to keep spending money on this. Is there a definitive timeline that you would say it'll be ready for RFP by this date?
We have an internal timeline that we're on track for.
What's that?
We have to wait for the RFP. I'm sorry, for the RFQ to be answered. Once the RFQ is answered, procurement will review the responses. After that, we will have a committee that will hear the RFQ. It will be selected, and after that, we'll continue working with AECOM, where we'll draft an RFP to put out. I mean,
So are we talking 6 months, a year?
for the RFP to be put out.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like the RFP put out by June, but I mean, I can't give you a definitive answer because there's multiple variables.
Right.
Right.
So
He's correct. At some point in the summer, it's when it's considered, and then there would have to be an RFP street date of, you know, this is not buying widgets. This is a very convoluted, complex project. So we're talking about a 60, 90, 120 day period to return it, evaluate it, and then come to the council with recommendations.
Now,
At a certain point, the council did decide to go forward with this because that's why all this is being done.
yeah, the original 150,000, I agree with you. So my question is, how much, let's say we do put this out for bid in the summer. How much of this work that has been done will be translatable to different developers? Because obviously the way this came forward is a very specific site plan with industrial and the city hall and all that jazz. But if somebody else came in and had a different idea that maybe was more interesting to the council, how much of the work would overlap over, or would we have to start anew? I kind of want to know where we are there.
You're getting into, so there's going to be the RFQ, and then there's going to be the RFP, which is going to set forth parameters. You can generally better the deal. But if you get into an entirely different deal altogether, like let's just say, in theory, the city's saying we want a new city center and we want certain industrial commercial use there. If you suddenly come along and say, oh, we want to do a residential project instead, that's probably legally a material variance. You'd have to scrap it and start again.
What we specifically focused on with AECOM was to determine the program that we need for the city hall, because the proposal that we received was very vague. So to ask for something, you need to know what you need. So they went to each of the departments, they look at the type of department they have now, the needs that they have and the future needs.
Right.
So that we're going to use that, and any developer will be able to see that. And then they created a site plan showing the footprint of the building that we need, plus the parking that we need, and then all the rest of the areas were marked as development areas. Okay. So that can be used by any developer with many different proposals.
Okay, but is it fair to say that regardless, we are locked in at least at a minimum to some sort of new city hall?
Well, we are not locked in until we don't decide that we receive a proposal.
Understood,
that
with the work that's being done, the work is being done with the purpose of a new city hall. Is what you just said.
Exactly, yes, that's the main purpose.
So if a developer came and said, I want to build a high-rise residential building, the work that has been done would not be applicable.
We're putting an RFQ out, and the RFQ has the specifications of what the project is to accomplish.
Okay.
The project is for a new city hall.
Okay.
So somebody would not.
I know that. This is new information to me, so please continue.
This is new information?
Yes.
Okay, so if somebody who sees that RFQ and wants to build a skyscraper would not respond to the RFQ because the RFQ
obviously
would not be for them.
Right.
So I'm not understanding the question.
My understanding is that we had the 55 acres of land. We wanted to use it somehow for some purpose. One of those purposes could have been a city hall. One of those purposes could have been industrial, residential. Maybe it's a mix. But it seems like what you're telling me now is that this is going to be, our RFP is for a city hall, and then with potentially some other development side, as Deborah was just explaining.
That's correct.
Well, exactly, because no one will come and build you a city hall for free. There should be like a kind of exchange. So we are showing what we need, and then the rest, they will come with a different programming that is good for them and that makes financial sense.
Okay. I guess the question is, when did we decide we needed a new city hall? And I mean, I'm not saying you decided it.
That's an administrative question. So
Okay, let me, so, I don't know, maybe it wasn't clear.
Okay.
The unsolicited proposal from day one spoke of a new city hall.
Right.
The council made a decision to proceed. That decision to proceed triggers expenses of due diligence. Part of that due diligence is an assessment of how much it costs us to maintain this city hall open, and how much do we have to spend yearly for this building that is obviously very old and in many cases very dysfunctional. But the folks that handle the day-to-day maintenance of this building could probably speak to that. That's part of the due diligence. Obviously, when somebody comes to offer to build something for us, they're capitalists. They want something in exchange. What would that be? And that's where we start looking at other lands that right now is not suitable for any kind of apartment construction because of the contamination of the land. And so the unsolicited that came forward spoke of a new city hall and an industrial park, if I remember correctly. And then obviously brings into question what happens to this land here and how would we put this land in play? But this land is independent of the unsolicited bid. What you have before you obviously is work that needs to be done, which my understanding, it's not debatable whether it's reimbursable or not. It is reimbursable. Now, if the city decided at the last second, we're not interested, that I can't tell you, probably at that point, it's money that's has been spent, in my opinion, would be unwise. Is there a need for many reasons of a new city hall that make it more functional geographically? Probably. The way that the city has grown from its inception to now, obviously has catty-cornered us at the southeast end of the city. Would the newer location that's being proposed make it easier for the city to be able to serve all of the residents, including the annex area? Probably. Is there a long-term play that could be beneficial to the city as far as an industrial development, as far as tax base? Ad valorem value that's added long-term, probably. One of the things that I think gives credibility to this argument or this conversation is that we all live in the city and we all understand full well what it means to entertain any kind of conversation of a tax increase that people reject wholeheartedly. The city is going to be challenged, not just today, but in the future, to figure other ways of making revenue that will be able to allow us to continue to meet our obligations. What I see here before us, and your questions I think are well intended, where's our money going? Yes, and there should be given periodic updates to the council of where the money's being spent. A lot of this lawyer stuff, I gotta tell you, Brian, in all honesty, it's lawyer stuff. You guys put it on paper, and I'm sure now that you're a practicing attorney, you probably get a lot of clients questioning, why are you billing me?
No, we don't
for a
bill,
phone call?
we're contingency. Like
Or
you said, ambulance
contingency.
chasers.
Well, ambulance chasers then. But the point of this is that it's tedious work and it's always very difficult. That's why we leave it to the law department to haggle over pricing on what attorneys charge and engineers and what have you. Because you're putting a value on somebody's work who may think differently.
I think, Mayor, I think we're on the same page. I think what I'd like to see, and maybe some of my colleagues share the same sentiment, is just to get some sort of a status update. This has obviously been a long time since we last spoke about this. So I think that would be prudent.
And that's fair. That's fair.
And to the second part, I mean, if there's any, you mentioned in the beginning of your comments that this site is contaminated. I know you've said that in the past. I'd like, some confirmation of that, whether there was an environmental study done on the site or what have you. That puts us in the position where, okay, we are limited to these options. I'd like to understand that more. I'd like to tinker with that. So that's where I'm at.
That could be made available for the entire council.
Thank you.
All right.
We will certainly make the AECOM work product available. Actually, as I've said, we have used Ackerman sparingly. We're trying to be forward thinking as we go forward into this process through the next steps. But AECOM, as my colleague said, has been used more specifically, and they're really program experts for this kind of thing, and we'll be very happy to share those work products with you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion. And we have a second.
Second.
We have a motion by Cabo, second by Monica Perez.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Calvo?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes?
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Let's go to item Y and then we'll come back to P. Read Y into the record.
Proposed resolution opposing Miami-Dade County Mayor Danielle Levine Cava's $2.5 billion 305 Future Ready Bond Referendum tax hike, which would raise property tax rates on the citizens of Hialeah for infrastructure and climate change, effectively putting a tax increase on the November 2024 ballot, providing an effective date and providing for transmittal to certain county officials.
Vice President?
Thank you. Well, I would like to start by first thanking our mayor for his support on this resolution. And I would also like to encourage the rest of the council members to do so as well. I believe we need to let the mayor of Miami-Dade County, Daniela Levine Cava, and the commissioners know that Hialeah does not support her proposed 2.5 billion future-ready tax referendum. This ordinance places we have unnecessary financial burdens on the residents of the county as a result of raising taxes. Everything is already so expensive and so many residents are already struggling that I believe it's totally unnecessary. Miami-Dade has an $11 billion budget, and I don't see the need to be getting into any more debt that the residents will have to pay off.
Thank you, Vice President. Councilwoman Pacheco?
Thank you, Jackie, for bringing this forward. And I oppose any tax increases. But since you're the sponsor, you're proposing this resolution, I was hoping perhaps you would be able to provide me with more information that I've been looking for about this. Do you know if this bond is going to be replacing any of the expiring bonds?
The bonds, there's going to be expiring bonds come soon. And the taxes are supposed to go down, but this would actually increase it. If they get this debt, the property taxes will increase again.
Are we sure of that? Has that been confirmed? Because I'm finding contradicting information. I'm most likely voting in favor of the resolution. I just want to understand it more. I've read conflicting information that the taxes would just stay flat. They wouldn't go down, but they wouldn't go up. And do you know if any of this money is going to be destined for Hialeah?
Well, it's for Miami-Dade County completely, and Hialeah is included.
All right, so this hasn't been voted on at the county level?
Not yet. She's proposing it for infrastructure, for climate.
And do you know what type of infrastructure projects are going to be?
And if I may, real quick, and I think we also have a representative from Miami-Dade County here as well. We have our county commissioner, Rene Garcia, if he would like to come up and answer some of these questions. I think he'd be more
As
equipped.
he's coming up, I think the spirit of the resolution is encouraging not only the residents, but the board to reject. The reason you don't have any information, Councilwoman, is because the mayor hasn't put out any information.
Yeah.
She's just talked very broadly about these items. And the fact remains is that I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen. They're going to use the $2.5 billion offering to start a buy votes. They're going to start telling you that with this money, we're going to help this group, and they're all going to line up. Because we've seen this play out before. This is not the first time. Mayor Pinellas was an expert at it. He did it one time and he lined up everybody, and thankfully the voters rejected it. So I would imagine that the commissioner remembers, because we both were campaigning against that at one time, along with Miguel Diaz-Alaportilla and Eddie Gonzalez, where what the county does, and they're very, very good at this, very good. They'll go out and get every non-for-profit organization and offer them money. They'll offer them money. And the way they'll do it is not through the bond. They'll give them money through the budget to buy their support. Very dangerous, because the folks that are going to end up paying this is homeowners. Apartment renters are going to end up paying this, because when the landlord gets the hit, just like when they get with insurance and any other thing that dings their pocket, they're going to turn to the renter and have them pay. $11 billion is a lot of money in the county. And I would clearly encourage not just our commissioner, but the three commissioners, the other two that represent Hialeah, that they need to stand firm and strong against something like this. Okay, this is not the time to offer a bond offering to do what with it, because you don't know. I don't know either what they're gonna do with the money, but I promise you that they're gonna talk infrastructure, they're gonna talk in these very glorified languages of what they're going to do. But the county's an expert at this. And they've done this before. And then they'll do the bait and switch, and we'll end up paying for something that perhaps will be covering the septic tanks for people in the eastern end of the county. Perhaps they'll fix some roads for some other people and say, yeah, Hialeah's got to take care of this. Or perhaps they'll offer Hialeah a lot of money for their vote. I'm not gonna, me personally, I won't fall into that trap. I think the councilwoman's, and I think you concur, you agree that now's not the time to entertain these kind of things. That's going to put the county's hand in our pocket. And I think that I think that the commissioner has already made statements to that effect, and I concur with him. And I think we need to be very strong in our desire that this city can afford it.
All right, sir, name, address, and jacket size, please.
Medium. That's not funny about the jacket
sorry,
size,
I'm
but
sorry.
that's a little tight on me, so that's why it's open. Anyway, Renee Garcia, County Commissioner, District 13, 217 East 63rd Street, Hialeah, Florida, 33013. Mr. President, Mr. Mayor, council members, it's always a pleasure to be here and be back home. Honestly, I think I'm here to support the resolution, the ordinances before us. Councilman Pacheco, the reality is that there is no plan as of yet. The reality is, you're right, there is a GEO bond that is expiring. They're using that expiration of that bond to say that it's time to issue another bond, saying that we're not going to raise taxes. But in the issuance of, if the losing of one bond, replacing with another one, means you are going to have to pay more taxes. Because if we're going to stop, if we're going to eliminate one bond, that means that we are going to have put less tax burden on the taxpayer. But then you're going to add another one on top of them, then that's what's going to happen. Then the other issue that we have is that unfortunately we tried to reduce the tax burden of taxpayers this year with reducing the property taxes. But what happened is the property values have gone up. We only were able to accomplish a 1% tax reduction this year. But even with that 1% tax reduction, taxes still go up on the taxpayers of this community. This is why I'm here and supporting your resolution. I appreciate what you have done and ask the city council to please support this, because the reality is that the residents of Hialeah and the residents of District 13 can't pay anymore. You know, we keep on asking for more and more of our residents, and yet what are we getting back? The budget of Miami-Dade County is $11 billion. Think about this, an $11 billion budget. That is bigger than some states, and it's bigger than some nations. And yet they're coming back and asking us for more. Think about this. They're talking about subject to sewer. The city of Hialeah is on sewer. So that means they're going to ask us to pay for other communities. A hardworking class community like this that has put their tax dollars and have put the issue of making sure that we go on on sewer, and they're going to ask us to pay for other communities, I think is a complete slap in the face to the residents of this community. And the residents of this community can't take it anymore. So this is why I encourage it. I'm here in support of this great resolution. And it'll be great if every single one of you can co-sponsor it and sends a strong message to the rest of the county commission and to the mayor of Hialeah's strong opposition of a bond that has not even had any details to it. So that's my more than 2 cents.
Well, I certainly agree. This community is a very hardworking class community, and we cannot afford any more tax increases. I would have liked to see this resolution come before the council after details were released, so that at least we can say that we know what we're voting on, because I think we can all agree that we don't know. We really don't know what's going to be funded by this. The details there's no details. It's probably still in the works.
Through the chair.
And our vote is, well, at the end of the day, it's symbolic, right? It doesn't determine whether this proceeds at the county or not. But I would have liked to wait until we would have known more.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I really don't see the need to wait to know more. Simply just knowing that something is going to raise taxes on homeowners.
Do you know that for sure?
I'm pretty sure, yeah, you have a
Uh,
county commissioner right here saying it, that it's
alright.
gonna raise the taxes.
But
So I
has
don't
it
agree with
been
it.
officially confirmed?
Okay, we're letting know the county commissioners, we're letting them know that we don't agree with it. We're putting the word out to see if they vote no, they vote against it, it doesn't go on the ballot. And if it does go on the ballot, hopefully all of us will advocate strongly against it and teach and show the residents that they can't vote yes for that. Because they're gonna put it in very nice words and they're gonna lie to them. And they're gonna vote yes. And they're gonna make that mistake and vote yes on it, and then property taxes are gonna go up.
I just think it would have been more prudent to have a chance to review the details, the information. We're voting on something that we're speculating, so well, you want to vote on speculation, I'll entertain it.
If I may through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask the
Go.
commissioner a question? Commissioner, off the top of your head, do you know the current bond that we have? It was how many years ago?
Was it 20? It's a 15, 20 years ago, yes.
So the percentage rate on that bond
Oh, you gave me all these details right now.
would probably be,
No, what happened, now you gave me the detail, they should have.
because
should have
I'm
brought all
just
those
saying, the
details.
bond that we take out now at the interest rate that it is, it's obviously gonna be significantly higher than the current bond that we have. Therefore, just doing math and numbers, considering the amount of money that this bond is gonna be at the percentage rate that we have right now, anyone that's taken out loans or is buying homes knows that it's gonna be a higher percentage rate than the current bond that we have. So of course, taxes will go up.
And what happens, Councilwoman, the reality is that we're having a debate whether or not taxes will go up. We have an opportunity with the expiration of these bonds for taxes to go down. By the issuance of this new bonds, if they stay the same, that means they didn't go down. We have an opportunity to bring them down. I don't see a way forward that with this bonds, with a $2.5 billion price tag on it, that we're not going to see an increase. You're absolutely right. We don't have the details to this. You're 100% right. But I think it was incumbent, it behooves the mayor to have come out with a plan with details before we try to sell a bond to the voters of Miami-Dade County. So I think it's important for us as a city to show a support of solidarity, especially when we look at the bond itself, that they're talking about septic to sewer, which is something that I have been fighting for. I don't vote for any proposal in Miami-Dade County that has a septic tank. So I don't believe that we should be hypocrites. If we believe in septic to sewer, then stick to it. But the reality is that the residents of Hialeah, if we're not going to push forward a septic to sewer plant, a septic to sewer plan for Miami-Dade County, that means that the residents of Hialeah are going to have to pay for the septic to sewer conversion of all those communities down south. Just with that alone, I would say my suggestion would be to vote against it because of that.
Yeah, and thank you, Commissioner. And I think at the end of the day, I'm still trying to figure out what it is that we're arguing. Because at the end of the day, we shouldn't have to pay more to fix somebody else's problem. So thank you, Commissioner, for being here. Thank you, Vice President. Do we have a motion?
Thank you,
Motion.
Commissioner.
We have a motion by everybody and a second by everybody. No?
Thank you for your support, Commissioner.
All right, we have a motion by Vice President, a second by Perez.
Ms. Garcia Robes,
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo. Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator.
If I may.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Does, I just want to ask a procedural note, does the council want to be shown as co-sponsors or any other
Yes.
council people want to be shown as co-sponsors? Council member Calvo, council member
Yes,
Rodriguez.
everybody.
Yes.
Let's put everybody on
Everyone, all
there.
right. So there'll be a legislative note that is co-sponsored by the entirety of the Hialeah City Council.
Did Councilmember Pacheco said yes? Say, she said
I
yes
did.
to co-sponsor?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Is that
everybody.
acceptable?
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Oh,
Senator.
We appreciate that. And just for information purposes, just to let the council members know that the cultural grants program for the county is now open, and it's open, has different deadlines for different cultural programs in the city. Unfortunately, we have fallen far behind in our cultural grants application. And I think it's important that if we can have your help in promoting that throughout the city to encourage more people to apply for these cultural grants, that will go a long way to help our community. So that's all. Thank you very much. If
Thank
you
you,
need the
Senator.
information, I can get that
Senator,
to
we're
you.
waiting for buses with your face on them. What?
You're not gonna have a bus with my face. You'll get a bus, but it won't have my face on it. And we're good.
We got one commissioner already, so.
That's fine. That's good enough.
All right, thank you for
God
everything.
bless.
Thank you for all you do, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank
All right,
you.
item P.
Proposed resolution approving the renewal of the use agreement between the city of Hialeah and Florida National University for use of the city of Hialeah Goodlette Park, Bucky Dam Park, Walker Park, Mylander Park, and Ernest R. Graham Park for practices and games of Florida National University's athletic teams for a fee payable to the city of Hialeah in the amount of $100,000 per year, in addition to staffing fees to be paid by Florida National University to the city, where said fees are to be utilized to fund the Department of Parks and Recreation's general operations, and authorizing the mayor, his designee, and the city clerk as a testing witness on behalf of the city to execute the use agreement attached hereto as Exhibit 1 and all necessary documents in furtherance thereof, and providing for a term of 2 years and an option to extend up to 3 consecutive one-year terms upon approval of the city and the city attorney of any addendums in furtherance thereof, and providing for an effective date.
Yes, a number of parents have actually come forward regarding the issue with parks and some of the soccer teams or sports teams. And since this item has come before the council to be voted on, I wanted to take the opportunity to ask, why is it that there are some teams, there's one specific one that has about 500 children, mostly from Hialeah, that they participate, but they have not been granted a specific location. They're constantly being moved around from park to park, and it's very distressing for the children, for the families. And I wanted to know if what's stopping or what is the obstacle to be able to offer an opportunity to those teams to be able to have a specific location for the kids.
I'm sorry, I only caught the balance of that. There's something that you have kids that can't have access to a park. I'm sorry, I didn't get the.
Yes, there's the soccer team. There's a soccer team that has they have different ages. There's about 500 children. And they don't even come here because they believe it's hopeless. They think that no one's going to listen to them. They're constantly being moved around from one park to another. Sometimes they're at Goodlette, sometimes they're at Amelia, and they're all over the place. And they say that they even they're at risk of not having anywhere to play, just because they say that there's these other, such as Florida National University, they have priority. I have to be honest, I don't understand exactly how that works. That's why I'm asking the question, but I really would love advocating for the children so that they have a place to play, so that they can sports that are very healthy. It's very good for their mental development, physical development. So I wouldn't like to see other teams that perhaps don't have the same resources as Florida National University be excluded from our parks.
Are these Hialeah kids that you're saying are being
Yes.
excluded? Okay, well, we have our parks people here. You could speak to the programming, but before you do, I've made it a point to work in the space because I do believe that that a robust park program is extremely beneficial for the long-term well-being of our kids. A lot of the park folks that'll speak today, all were raised in our park system, and they all care deeply about it. They eat and sleep this stuff. And they know, and we've had conversations on numerous occasions about making sure that our kids are getting ample opportunity, even for those leagues that come in to operate in our city. And I'm talking about Juventus and these major soccer components. that there has to always be an accommodation for our kids also to be able to play, and not at the prices that they may be charging, some other kid that doesn't live in our city. But I would agree with you. This is something that obviously we want to put more emphasis on with the limited amount of park space that we have. But Willie, if you could go.
Yeah,
ahead.
so good evening, Council, Mayor. 900 East 56th Street, Parks and Rec Director. Just like the Mayor just said, we're committed to taking care of our kids, our family members, adults, seniors. But to speak in regards of the FNU agreement, their usage is off peak, 70–80% of their usage doesn't interfere with the public use. Your question about the soccer program, I'm going to allow Mikey to address that now, and Stephen. We're working RFP to identify certain parks for the soccer programs. We have 4 major teams playing in Hialeah now, youth teams. But I'm going to allow Steve. First, Steve, you want to come up and let's address the FNU first, usage.
Evening, Honorable Mayor and Council, Steve Diaz, Department of Parks and Recreation, 900 East 56th Street. So yes, just as Willie kind of alluded to, FNU, this is a renewal agreement with Florida National University. They've been great partners with us for some years now. They utilize our space because of lack of athletic field space at their actual campus. And since I've been here with the former president, Dr. Maria Reguero, and with their current president, now their athletic director, Ryan Raposo, have never really given us issues in terms of flexibility and are fully understanding that our kids and our families come first. Our programs, anything that the department is kind of serving the public with, are at the forefront of what our vision is, and they understand that. So they do provide us with game and practice scheduling roughly a year in advance in order to try to work with us in terms of making sure there's no double bookings and making sure that we have space for our programming and our residents first. So if there's any types of concerns there, that shouldn't be an issue. I don't know. To your question, Councilwoman, I know that I'm pretty familiar with the organization that you're referring to, that right now they are located at one of our facilities because there was maintenance issues at the site that they were originally at. And so we had to kind of move in and take care of our grounds there, make sure that the facility was maintained. That has been a space that has been heavily used. Like you said, 500 people is a lot on a daily basis. They walk in and out of our doors, and that field was taking a beating. So we did have to address that to make sure that the space was safe and operable. So that was something that we had to do. And then I guess in contrast to just saying, hey, we're going to close the field to you all, and good luck finding a different space. We offered them up another park facility in the interim until we were able to address those maintenance issues. They're actually going to be returning to their original space fairly soon, I believe by next week, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully that, answers their concerns.
Have they been made aware that they're going to be returning back to their original?
Yes, we've given them a date.
Because they told me it's been a problem for a long time where they don't have a permanent location.
They've been at Goodlit for some time. This was probably the only time, if I remember correctly, that they've been displaced for this long. But it was a fairly large maintenance project that had to take place there. So
And I wanted to ask about the park that's behind Filer Middle School. I know that's that belongs to the school board, right?
Yes.
Is there any possibility that the city could use that?
I could speak to that. Councilwoman, we've been in conversations that, if I'm not mistaken, I think the school board, we're just waiting for school board to take action. They've already approved it. Yeah, one of the things that we wanted to do is take back the collaborations that we had. So that field behind Filer, the school across from Amelia Earhart, Hialeah Middle, is it, or Hialeah Middle? And I think there's another one, isn't there? Is those two? So just so the amount of collaboration we're doing with the school system is not just for the fields, so that we could put those fields back in play. A lot of people thought that Filer, my kid grew up playing HAA baseball there. They thought that was a city park, and it wasn't. It was just something that we maintained through an agreement. And so we're trying to recreate whether it's baseball, soccer, what have you, to take it back. Same thing with the field over by Hialeah Middle, where they used to do a lot of football, tackle football. But we needed to work through the school board to be able to work out the agreement so that we could go ahead and put those fields back in play and work something out with different leagues that want to use it. But it hasn't stopped there. We've also been in collaboration and conversations with the use of their basketball gyms in the different schools. I have a son who plays basketball. They don't like to play outdoors. All these kids want to play indoors, and we only have one gym. And that gym that we have, Bucky Dent, is going to go under renovation in about a couple of months, right? So that's going to come offline. And what we've been working with the school system is to be able to use high school basketball gyms in the area so that our kids could go ahead and play sports in there. So, we're sensitive in this space. Like I said, these guys eat and sleep this stuff all day long. Okay. They're park rats with suits. That's really all you are, right? Park rats. And so we're locked in to create this very robust programming for our kids. That's not just limited to park space that we have, but how do we use other folks' facilities so that we can create, the great experience that we want our kids to have in the city. And so I'm proud of the work that they're doing. And I'm going to tell you, there isn't anybody more sensitive to the need of the kids than these guys here on a daily basis.
Through the chair second.
Yes.
I'm sorry. You go.
Oh, no, I just wanted to ask, you said that the use of the parks that belong to the school, that's already been approved. Is that something we're going to see materialize sometime soon?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Yes.
All right. And do you know what type of sports are going to be played? Is this something that we can make available to, for example, the soccer team?
Councilwoman, there originally the thought was maybe, and I've had a lot of parents come and talk to me about recreating HAA baseball. And so there's an entertainment about that, or at least entertaining the thought. But me personally, and then he could speak to this, me personally, soccer seems to be something that's more and more in demand. So there may be an opportunity to collaborate to do, maybe some soccer there and maybe some baseball. Baseball is a bit of a challenge because a lot of kids have gyrated to travel baseball, and our leagues, there isn't really any baseball leagues the way I remember them as a kid. There's a lot of travel leagues, and it's very expensive for parents, and that's been part of our challenge. If you can't pay $200 a month to have your kid getting coached by some sort of baseball coach or manager, then I want to, and that's the challenge I've given them. Then that's why you see work with the Florida Marlins or the Miami Marlins now to create a space for our kids that does not break the bank and allows these kids to be able to play continuously. So yeah, the answer is yes on that field, on the field next to Hialeah Middle. The hope is to whether it's soccer, flag football, whether it's baseball, that's what we want. We want kids. We don't want them to have an excuse of not to have a field to play on, or at least not to have a league to participate. I mean, I don't know. I gotta share this with you. I'm gonna steal your thunder on something. These guys are so creative about their passion to keep kids in our parks and to use our parks. Soon, we're gonna be cutting the ribbon at Constant Park for a video game room in Constant Park. Now, one would say, well, what the heck are you guys doing with a video game room? These guys just want kids in their parks. And so whether they're there playing with an Xbox, they're hoping that just that the fact they're in the park, okay, is creating that camaraderie and that friendship. And ultimately, they're going to do that out on the field also. That's how passionate these folks are about what they do.
So through the chair.
Yes, sir. Go
before I
ahead.
say something, through the chair, first of all, like you said, Mayor, the jobs you guys done in the past 2 years has been amazing. Remember, our parks were almost dead at one time.
So, I mean, everybody wants to go to the parks in Hialeah right now. As far as the Goodlet, the soccer team, it's funny because I remember when we first started bringing spotlights for this Goodlet, a lot of the families were complaining about the soccer field, but they couldn't use the baseball field and they couldn't play the football field. So that's right. As we grown right now and bringing everybody to our park system is a good problem to have, Mayor, which is a good situation we have. And I've met with those families before, and I've met with those Pacific Soccer, and at one time I told them, listen, you can't use the park no more because you're destroying the park. Seriously, at one time I told them that because you couldn't play baseball. But then the mayor spoke to me, look, you understand, Louis, we don't have that baseball like we did before. So just by us talking to them and having other alternatives for them in the future, I'm with you there. Okay, so so you can let them know as a whole, the past 2 years, we want to work with them. We have been working with them, but at the same time, we have a need in that particular part for other families as far as baseball, football, you name it. So I don't have the answer yet. We're gonna put the soccer original field. I know you had ideas about that. It looks like we're inclining to go as far as one park for soccer. Probably going to be the answer. This is not the time to talk about it. That's probably where we're going to end up going. Because the mayor was right. Soccer is popular. And baseball, people are asking for baseball too. 2 years ago, we really started pushing for all these kids to come back to the parks. And I mean, it's amazing the job you guys have done. But definitely with those families, as far as the soccer going back, we're going to have to probably in the future get a designated field for that. That's probably what we're going to end up doing.
Yeah, we agree with
Yeah.
that. Michael Festa, Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation, 900 East 56th Street. Yes, I agree with a lot of the things that were said here regarding field usage. We're kind of like a victim of our own success right now. Hialeah FC, which is at Goodlet Park. We have several clubs throughout the city that have been renting on month-to-month rentals for several years now. And that is something that we would like to address because we want to offer them a long-term home in our parks. So sometime this spring, we will be issuing an RFP to start the bidding process to get these clubs under contract. One of the things that we would like to address with this RFP is, like we did with the Marlins, is there's no low cost alternative for soccer right now. Some of these clubs are charging between 150 and 250 a month at our parks. That prices out a lot of families, whereas the Marlins are offering a 3-month season for $65, which is unheard of in baseball. So the RFP will be tailored to give them a home, but they're going to have to give something in return. And that's one of the things is just like we have our rec basketball league, which is $30, our baseball season, which is $65, is they need to offer a low cost alternative to allow everybody in the city to participate in the program. So it's creating different tiers of soccer programming, obviously with the same quality at the different tiers. So that's the ideal long-term with the 4 or 5 clubs that we have renting in the city.
Perfect. Thank you,
Motion
Mike.
to approve if we can.
Okay, we have a motion by Perez.
I want to speak on the item.
Oh, you were speaking. I'm so sorry, Bever. Sorry about that. So we have a motion, but go ahead, Bever. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Jose Alzi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. There's a big misunderstanding. We've created this huge soccer program in Hialeah, but it's being used by non-residents. Why? Because like Doral gives the fields to their players. There's a league in Mylander Park. It costs $2,000 per season to play at Mylander Park, Hendricks Stadium, our best thing. The league going on at Wild, Cotson, and Sparks, it costs $150 a weekend. The low cost program that we had at Wild has been eliminated, didn't come back. The Bucky Dent Fast Break League that we had, because right now it's capped at 10. We used to have a league for 300 players at $80 season, that's capped. So I'm asking you to do a study, see, most of it is non-residents. I want to talk about Florida National University. Florida National University is a for-profit organization. They're getting a sweet deal. They're getting a better deal than, let's say, Hialeah High School. And I'm going to give you, you inherit this. I'm not blaming none of you guys, but when I started with the city in 1982, Raul Martinez was the mayor. We opened up Goodlet Park, then Wild, then Slade. As development came, we opened up Casas Park. We opened up 2 aquatic centers, the state of the art. But we were like the most famous, everything okay. Then came Julio Robina. Things got so bad on the Julio Robina that even Jim DeFeedy did a story. Our pools were open 8 hours a week. Libraries were open 8 hours a week. He eliminated the summer program, none of the parks they couldn't get. It was like really bad. Followed by Carlos Hernandez. None of them in our city planner, when we planned the Hialeah Heights, not only did we not put a police station, not only did we we didn't put a recreation center there. And right now we have a park on top of a landfill that can only be used for people to walk. So I'm not blaming none of you guys. The program we have at Babcock is very, very good. The program at the soccer program at Mylander, Sparks, costs no because they're mostly non-residents. How many residents do you know can spend $2,000 per season? I implore you to go visit the parking lots and look at those cars, or $150 a weekend. So, and bring back the program that we had. I'm gonna give you an example about, I was their boss one time. I don't wanna like contradict what they're saying, but I know that they have to reserve, okay. Bucky Den Gym is used by Hialeah, Hialeah, I think it's called, and the program, I understand with that. But Florida National University was given priority over the residents. Just like right now, the residents of Wild Park can't use Wild Park, the residents of Sparks can't use residents, because we have all these non-residents. And please do a study how much of our rentals are non-residents. And to tap this off, I mean, this motion that we see all these parks, you know, and a lot of people, they're non-residents, you know. Why doesn't City of Doral give the parks to non-residents? Why do they have like the residents? So I'm asking, can you do a study, see how much of our rentals are for non-residents? And reevaluate this?
Go ahead, sir. You want to do this?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, Pepper, I'm in the parks all the time. Most of them are residents.
No, how many parents can afford $2,000 a season to play in Mylander soccer?
If I'm mistaken, Mylander is the adults, majority they're playing there in the Mylander Park. It's mostly 18 and over. Okay, then that's the one, the private group, right? But the one on Goodland, how much is that charging a month for that? For the majority.
150 a weekend. Mylander 2,000 per season.
Again, I understand, I'm listening to you. And by the way, in our time, soccer wasn't around. This is a normal going rate.
No, we always had soccer, and we had a very successful soccer program at Wild Park. Yeah, I was a director.
I grew up in the parks and
I worked for the parks for 30 years. I was a director of.
Gotcha. So in the Goodland Park, speak specifically, it's affordable compared to the rest of the county.
No.
Okay,
Okay, I'm just asking you to do a study.
No, we are.
Okay.
But I'm just gonna get you, I'll give you the facts, but I did investigate this. And the majority of the soccer players in Goodland Park, I want to say 90% of the kids' family are from Hialeah. I'm just telling you, I'll do this study. I'm telling you, I lived it. I walk it all the time. So just FYI, so you can feel comfortable with that. Now, as far as Mylander, I'll find out. If I'm mistaken, the Mylander, the majority of people using are adults 18 and over.
No, they have a youth league that charges $2,000 per season. Okay, I'm big. I still live by Southeast Park, real quick. Southeast Park doesn't have any basketball programs. They're renting the soccer fields to outside residents, just like other fields.
So on the basketball field, like the mayor said, we're starting to use different facilities, but the one we do have, we're actually trying to fix it right now. We are fixing it up.
I'm just asking, please do a study. Who's using our field? Why are non-residents? Okay, 95% of recreation is people that go play pickup sports.
Got it.
Right? It doesn't cost us more to open up Bucky Den Gym. They say Thursday night, adults can play Bucky Den Gym. Right now, it's off, okay? You're gonna have 100 people there. It's not gonna cost us anything. And we're recreating our residents.
Okay.
Please put an emphasis back on recreating our brand. And you inherited what Julio Urbana did. Carlos Fernandez made this into a business, and he's the
Okay.
one that started this privatization. I'm not blaming any of you,
Thank
and I'm
you, Mr.
congratulating
Thank
what they did at Babcock
Thank you,
Park.
Mr. Ozzie.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, do we have a second? Do we have a second on the motion? We have a second by Rodriguez. Call the roll.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Tonidor.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes is away, Ms. Pacheco.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Okay, before we move on to administrative items, there is an item that we wanna briefly discuss from the consent agenda. We have the whole family here that was ready to speak on it, and I do apologize for the long wait. And then I'll pass it over to the mayor real quick to say a few words, Mayor.
There's nothing I could really say other than thank you, Odalis, for bringing this to our attention. Gracias, Odalis, por llamarle, alertarnos a esto. The Veloz family is here. Si alguien quiere venir y hablar, ya se aprobó el tema. O sea, the item has already been approved, but as the council president said, wanted to give an opportunity to those that wanted to speak.
Y como dijo el alcalde Odal, ya se aprobó, so no hay que venir a tirar piñazos. Oíste. Okay, no,
Bien, buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Odalis González, vivo en el 465 y 50 Street.
Good afternoon. My
Hialeah.
name is Odalis Gonzalez. I live in 465 East 10th Street.
Quiero dar las gracias a todos los concejales y a nuestro alcalde,
I would like to thank all the council members and our mayor,
a la comisión que pasó anteriormente, que todos también la aprobaron, y a
the-
todas las personas que están presentes. Quiero decirles que Rogelio Veloz vive en Hialeah desde el año 81.
I would like to tell everyone that Rogelio Veloz has lived in Hialeah for 38 years.
Es contratista, trae bastante dinero, gracias a Dios, para nuestra ciudad.
He's a contractor and brings a lot of money to our city.
Tiene una fundación donde le da comida a las mujeres abusadas, a los niños,
He has a foundation that he provides food and money to women who are in
a las
need,
personas mayores.
to the elder.
Nuestro alcalde una vez participó repartiendo comida con él,
Our mayor once
y yo siempre
participated with him
estoy
to hand out food.
con él repartiendo comida. Tiene un gym también, donde muchos de aquí también han ido a practicar ahí boxeo,
He
y
also owns
está
a gym
listo
where
para
most of
todas
us
las
have
personas
joined.
que quieran compartir con él repartiendo comida, etcétera. Así que muchas gracias, y Rogelio Veloz, en el
you all.
nombre de una calle, representándonos.
Thank you
Gracias
all,
a
and
todos.
I thank you all for your support on this.
Gracias. Gracias a ustedes. A la familia Veloz, muchas gracias por todo y su contribución a la ciudad de Hialeah. Muchas gracias. ¿Viste? Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, administrative items 11A is postponed until further notice. Moving over to 11B, please.
Sir, if I can quickly record the council vice president's vote on consent item P.
Yes.
Thank you. Item 11B, first reading of proposed ordinance granting a perpetual easement to the Florida Department of Transportation within the city's right-of-way for the purpose of constructing, installing, and maintaining a traffic signal mast arm, foundation, pole boxes, and signalization hardware, and providing for an effective date.
All right, this item is in first reading. Do we have any council discussion? We have a motion.
Motion.
Motion by the
Second.
vice president, second by Perez. Call the roll.
Mr. Tumidor.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Mr. Calvo.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for February 27th, 2024.
Perfect. Unfinished business.
Mr. President,
Yes,
I had two quick items. One is, you didn't see on the agenda today anything with regards to food trucks. And it's because one of the things that we want to do, and I want to thank Councilman Rodriguez for his leadership on this, is that we really want the industry to be involved in this. And I think we've set a date, if I'm not mistaken, or we're working on a date. We have the date? March 4th. The idea is to have a workshop with the industry to get their input and help them guide whatever ordinance or whatever rules of engagement we're going to establish as far as the food trucks is concerned. We want it to be right. I think I might speak on behalf of all of you that this is a robust activity that we welcome in our city. Many of us, I think, have partaken. I and my family on occasion go out to the food trucks, and it does give a certain flavor to our city and variety to our city. But throughout it all, we want to make sure that we protect established businesses. We want to have some rules of engagement, similar to any other city, that not only protects or the consumer, but also protects those that own property that may or may not be aware that food trucks are using, their spaces to go ahead and do their business. But I don't know if whether we're going to be able to sunshine the meeting. So council members, it'll be sunshine. So any council member that wants to participate, and we will have that meeting. I believe it'll be on, the dates are, and then it'll be at Mylander. Right, Mylander. Okay, so that I wanted to share that with everybody. I think it's extremely important. Many of you that have shown some interest in this item, I would obviously encourage you to be there. Great opportunity to listen, not just to the food truck operators, but also to business owners in the city that might want to be able to share with us. The other item that I wanted to address, and if I could have Commander Yanis come up for a second. There was some statement made a couple of weeks ago, I think, with regards to an incident that happened in the city, a car crash with a gas station. And there was a comment made about, it took 20 minutes. And I was hoping that, Commander, if you could speak to the incident, I believe the incident happened on January 22nd. And if you could speak to the incident on the amount of calls that we had, how quickly were things dispatched, how quickly did we have folks arrive?
Good evening, Mayor Bovo and distinguished council members. Yes, we're talking about an incident that occurred in the area of Palm Avenue and 9th Street. It was the late night, January 22nd, the morning of January 23rd. On that night, it was an accident with an emergency accident with injuries, which the vehicles became engulfed. We received 26 calls regarding this incident. The first call received was at just past midnight, 44 minutes past midnight. The call was received. The first unit on scene from the time that we received the call, the first emergency unit on scene took 4 minutes and 13 seconds. That was the first police unit on scene. The first fire unit on scene from the time received was 7 minutes and 14 seconds.
Commander, when we compare that to the national average, where does that fit? Is that too long to respond to an incident?
No, that is within the standards that we anticipate as far as response time.
And that's a national standard.
Yes. For the fire, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's under 8 minutes, depending on the point of time received to time dispatched or on scene. The first call on this incident, just to clarify, from my 911 center took 2.8 seconds to answer the first call. And any subsequent call was another 2.868 seconds to begin the processing of this call.
Okay. Members, I just wanted, and I think this is very educational for me also, and I want to extend this to every single council member, okay? The things that we say in public have weight. We are in the process of, let me back up for a second. The folks that work in this space, from the ones that take the call to dispatch to the ones who are answering the call at the other end, which is fire and police personnel, are all professionals. And what we say when we go on radio and TV has weight and has impact. And I understand that for the person calling 911 at that moment, an emergency of that magnitude, 2 minutes may seem like 15 minutes to them. And it's important for all of us. And the department heads are available to go ahead and speak to them. And I would encourage you. Because a narrative out there that it takes 20 minutes to respond to an incident, when in the reality, it's being taken care of under 8 minutes and it's meeting all the national standards, is extremely important. You know, we're trying not only to be supportive of the men and women that work in this space, first responders, all of them, I consider them first responders, but you know, this is the kind of stuff that could hurt the city's image, hurt our ability to recruit qualified people to work in all these areas. So I would just caution, and I attribute this to myself, because when I first heard this comment about 20 minutes, the first thing I said, wait, there's something wrong here and we need to check, because if that is in fact the case, then obviously we need to address it. But if it's not the case, then it's extremely important that we inform ourselves before we make any statements. Okay? Because at the end of the day, the residents that we swore to serve, we need to make sure that we're giving them the right information out there. And I thought it was important to share this information. I would encourage all of you, if you haven't done so already, go by and meet with Commander Yanez, tour the 911 center, okay, to see the work that they do and understand that our words have weight in the community. And if we say something that is factually incorrect, people may take that to simply say, well, they didn't answer. People died. Lord knows what they can make up in their own minds. And I think it's extremely important that that they're available. Use them, talk to them, ask them to share information with you. Okay, because what they're doing great work. And I would hold up the 911 center here with others across the state. Does not mean that they're perfect. They have issues, just like every other 911. But to be able to put a statement out that just was wrong is, again, very dangerous and irresponsible. And I would encourage all of you, if there's any question, and you don't want to talk to me, that's fine. You could talk directly to one of the commanders, and there'll be more. The chief of the fire department, or Commander Yanis in the 911 center, would be more than happy to share information with you, because their ultimate goal is to be able to provide as near perfect service to our residents. And we need to be allies in that. That does not mean that you don't have to criticize. They're not beyond criticism. Obviously, we want to improve at every stretch, but to put out misinformation or repeat bad information out there is dangerous for the men and women who serve in our department. I just wanted the council to know that, and that information is available for whoever needs it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commander Yanis. Thank you, Chief. All right, any other new unfinished business?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
So a couple, I believe it was in a couple meetings ago already, we were discussing the situation with immigration in our city. And there was initially an initial discussion among the council, and it seemed like the council was interested in perhaps exploring the idea of creating some sort of immigration task force. However, when we came back with the actual resolution, I think the sentiment of the council changed, in large part to the mayor's comments on this issue. I think the mayor and I agree that immigration is clearly an issue, one form or another, whether it's in our city, in the county, or just nationally. And so I understand that perhaps we don't move forward with a task force, but I would be interested in sort of coming back with a similar resolution that is, I guess, a little bit more symbolic in nature, but to follow in the footsteps of some of other cities in the United States that have publicly come out in the last couple of weeks. If you just watch the news for 5 minutes, you'll notice that illegal boarding crossings are off the charts. Obviously, Congress has not taken the necessary steps in order to secure the border. And as a city of largely immigrants, we will be feeling the repercussions of those inactions by the federal government. So I'd like to see if the council would support an initiative where we would create a resolution admonishing President Biden's failures in securing the southern border, and calling on our duly elected representatives to do anything they can in order to secure the border and bring the necessary support that we would need here in the city of Hialeah to deal with this issue.
I think council member, any resolution that criticizes the administration's handling of the border is probably very well received. But to your earlier point, Chief of Staff Montreal, if you could come up. So we have at that moment at the meeting, I had said that I didn't know if we needed a task force, but we do need council involvement, and we need council's eyes and ears, because I think what's very important is to create some data on how the unchecked border crossings impact a place like Hialeah. And so we've started working on it. I think we already were ready to share with the council.
Sure.
We could do it now instead of waiting to do it formally, but if we could speak to meeting dates and who we've asked to participate.
Sure. Ismari Montreal, 501 Palm Avenue, Chief of Staff. So the mayor asked us to put together a couple of forums to begin to explore and better understand how the open border policies have affected the city of Hialeah. And the first, so we there's so much to explore, right? That we've decided to have about 4 or 5 meetings that would break up the collection of data in different areas. So for example, the first one that we're looking to do on February 26th, and we already got the RSVP that they will be attending, is Immigration and Naturalization Services. They're going to be joining us, or they're going to be joining all of you, hopefully on February 26th. So we're going to do, first is going to be safety and security. We're working with the Office of Marco Rubio and Mario Diaz-Balart. We're also working with Representative Rizzo and others to be able to invite federal agencies and state agencies that can provide us the information that we're looking for. So we're looking at hopefully Florida Border Patrol. We'd love to have Texas Border Patrol join us, maybe via Zoom, certainly Hialeah Fire, Police Fire, and so the courts system. So we have a call out to a few judges that perhaps can come in and talk to us about, what does crime in our area look like? Has there been an uptick in the past 2 years? What type of crime are we seeing in our area? Are these crimes, are there illegal immigrants that are involved in these types of crimes? So we're trying to gather data from all these agencies, and we're also going to hold a forum with education. So public schools, private schools in our area. We're looking to invite also Miami-Dade College, Florida National University, and others to be able to give us data also about students. We're looking at also social services, so workforce, Social Security Office, Children and Families. All these agencies we're looking to invite to be able to share information with you. We are looking to sunshine those meetings and open it to the public. So anybody that might want to come and share information with you. And I think the goal, Mayor, is to be able to compile data that can help us generate a report, and that could be our guide as we advocate for additional funding and services to come to our area to help us mitigate the increase in immigration in our area.
Yeah, Councilman, or to your point of what you stated earlier, we want to have it data driven that we could share with our federal partners of what the impact of immigration, unchecked immigration, border crossings, what have you, how it affects a place like Hialeah. We see what happens in New York and we see what happens in Chicago. But I think what's not seen is the impacts, the unintended consequences, what our residents have to do to absorb and to kind of deal with what goes on. Whether it's from petty crime to housing. I think the more data that we have, and I think Imani had mentioned 4 to 5 meetings. We don't think it has to go more than that. And we do believe, though, that all of your participation is important to make sure that we get everything that we need on the record. And as far as try to digest as much as we possibly can, and then be able to arm our representatives in Washington with the information necessary to show, hey, we're dealing with an impact and we need more money, we need more support, we need something to call attention to it, because they're always going to look at Chicago, New York as the poster child. And I would tell you, cities like ours, mid-level cities, smaller cities than ours, are the ones that are probably dealing with the brunt of this with no resources whatsoever to deal with the brunt of it. So that's the intent. So your initial petition hasn't gone by the wayside. On the contrary, we felt it's strong enough to be able to do it, and we felt that this was the best way of doing it. We didn't think we needed to go a whole year. We think we could accomplish it, literally in about a month and a half. But I think all the meetings were Monday. Is that what we decided to do?
Monday afternoons.
Try to do it every Monday. And obviously we'll try to get it to all of you as quickly as possible so you could put it on your agendas and your calendars. But I think all of you, it's extremely important, your participation, in order to get this thing right and get the things we need on the record done.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I mean, absolutely. I agree with the I guess the scope of what you're talking about. I think there's a lot of overlap with what I was saying, however long ago it was. I would still like us to move forward though on the resolution, even though I understand it's symbolic in nature. We did one today and I think there is something powerful to say, we here in the city of Hialeah, we reject these failed policies. So I'd like your support on that and like the council's support on that. Hopefully that's something that we could easily bring back next meeting.
All right, do we have any new business?
Without objection, then I just wanted to say through the president that we'll present a proposed resolution as suggested by council member Calvo, which will be sent to him for comment.
Let's
prior
just use
to-
the word admonish. Admonish.
Noted.
Okay. All right. Any new business? All right, thank you. Thank you all. All right, we're gonna make a quick transition here. We're gonna take a 2-minute recess and we'll be right back. Thank you. Okay. All right, we're getting started off. Go ahead.
Will all those persons who will be testifying on an item, please stand and raise your right hand.
Todas las personas que van a prestar sus opiniones delante de esta junta, por favor, pónganse de pie y alcen la mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, so say I do.
Usted jura o afirma que el testimonio que va a dar será la verdad, toda la verdad y únicamente la verdad y que Dios sea su testigo. Por favor, diga que sí si la respuesta es afirmativa.
Let the record reflect that all have responded in the affirmative.
All
En
right,
el archivo público constará que todos han respondido afirmativamente.
thank you. Thank you. Okay, do me a favor. We have one item on final decision. Ángel, Ángel, vamos a escuchar su tema primero.
Proposed resolution approving the final decision of the Planning and Zoning Board, Decision 2024-01, to allow east side setback of 5 feet where 7 feet are required on the property located at 720 East 13th Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, and providing for an effective date.
All right, do we have any council discussion?
Motion.
We have a motion by Zogby.
Second.
We have a second by Rodriguez. Call the roll.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Carvel,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Rovez.
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez is away. Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor.
Yes,
Motion carries. The item is approved.
perfect. Aprobado. Caso cerrado. Muchas gracias. All right, so let's go back to LU1. Let's read LU1 into the record, please.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map from industrial to mixed use. Property located at northwest corner of West 36th Avenue and West 108th Street, 3605 West 108th Street, Hialeah zoned business development district. Legally described herein, folio 04, 2017, 001, 0080, and 04, 2017, 001, 0081. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, this item's in second reading. Do we have any public comments online?
None
Or any in the
online.
chamber?
Motion.
All right, we have a motion by Zogby.
Second.
We have a second by the vice president. Call the roll.
Mr. Carvel,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Rovez.
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez is away. Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
All right, we're gonna move over to zoning. However, since we already have Manny here standing, let's do PZ8. Read it into the record, please.
First reading of proposed ordinance granting a variance permit to allow a front setback of 13.5 feet where 20 feet are required. In contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinance, section 98-1553, subsection D3I, and to allow a setback of 1.16 feet along southeast Ninth Court where 10 feet are required. In contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinance, section 98-1553, subsection D3 III, property located at 955 Southeast 12th Street, Hialeah legally described herein, zoned transit oriented development district, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
All right, this item's in first reading. I do have just one question on this, Manny.
Yes, sir.
And again, I know it's still early, but what type of, because we're gonna do retail downstairs?
No, we're gonna do, it's a space that's gonna be utilized by the building.
Okay, so like an amenity for like amenities?
Yes, my client is probably interested in doing like a grocery store a la Boston or New York type.
Okay.
So the
Oh,
tenants
it's
can
great.
use it.
Yeah, it's
That's
great. Right
basically
next to-
something
right
unique.
next to the
in the
market
front.
station. Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay.
Manny Rose Architect with offices at 18501 Pines Boulevard, Suite 342, Pembroke Pines, Florida.
Motion.
Perfect. And second. We have a motion by Rodriguez and second by Zogby. Call the roll.
Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia Rovez.
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez is away. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Dunidan?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Caldwell?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for February 27, 2024.
Thank you. All right, let's do PZ one.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a special use permit to allow an elementary school to operate on property zoned R1, one family district. Granting a conditional use permit pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinance, section 98-181, to allow a K-5 grade elementary school on a freestanding campus setting property with a maximum capacity of 71 students in conjunction with a daycare with a capacity of 169 children, and granting a variance permit to allow an 8-foot wall in height where 6 feet is the maximum allowed on a residential zone properties, in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinance, section 98-2121, subsection B23, property located at 21 East 59th Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, legally described herein, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, so I know that this item's in second reading, so we're gonna open it up in a little bit. But I just wanna, I wanna say that we, you know, I'd like for us to really hear more or less how everything has gone.
It was tabled last time, so I think it's gotta be removed from the table first.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But go ahead. Hold on. So let me, so what I like for is, obviously, I know when we tabled it, we had asked for you to meet with the residents, right?
Which we did.
It's my understanding that happened. I really do appreciate that, Caesar, because it's sometimes we don't see that from folks, right? And that's a bad thing when you just want to come in here and not have any community input, right? And so I appreciate that. I appreciate you doing that. I want to be able to also hear from all the residents, whoever wants to speak on this item within the chamber and online, and then to hear from my colleagues to see what are their thoughts on this. Okay, but you were going to say now?
Yes, we took the opportunity, as you suggested, and the architect and myself met with some of the residents from the area last week at the school. And we had a very productive meeting. I think everybody was very professional, and we got some points across. So basically what we've come to is some requests that they made that we agreed to. And I told them that I would announce the agreements, to the council.
So we don't really, but let's just do it just in case. Can I get a motion to untable?
Motion.
We have a motion by Rodriguez and second by Vice President.
Ms. Pacheco?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Dunidan?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Caldwell?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is removed from table.
Caesar, I wasn't here last time, so I'm gonna.
Let me ask a question to the clerk, to the chair, if I may. through
Yes,
the
yes.
President. The table was removed, which is appropriate, but I need to ask you procedurally, more important to me, was this item noticed tonight for this reading?
Yes, sir. Usually from practice, if it's tabled to a certain meeting and it's properly advertised, we don't need to take a motion to remove from table because reading it into the record suffices as removing it from table.
And so when it was tabled, and please refresh my recollection, it was tabled to a time and date certain as opposed to tabled indefinitely.
Sure.
Okay, well then there's absolutely no issue. Please proceed.
Okay, Senior, go ahead.
As I said, we had a very productive meeting. And what I told the residents was that I would announce our agreements to the council and that we would add those to the declaration that has already been proffered to the legal department. So what I'd like to do is just tell you the things that we've agreed to as part of that meeting. There's an issue, or there's a possible issue regarding surveys. So we agreed to verify the accuracy of our surveys with the surveys of the neighbors. I believe we had already talked about this, but we will be providing security or off-duty police for traffic control on the premises.
Caesar, where are we with the surveys?
We have a survey that we have submitted as part of our application. Some of the neighbors to the north are concerned that there was an alley originally there when the properties were platted. And they just want to make sure that whatever fences or walls are going to be are in their proper place. We have already given them a copy of they took a copy of our survey and they were going to get some new surveys for them. So we're just going to make sure that the lines are where they're going to be. I don't anticipate a problem,
Okay.
but it was a concern, so we agreed to do it.
Okay.
We're going to be providing for staggered arrival and dismissal times for the K through 5 grades. The operating hours will be from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Nightly events after hours will be limited to 3 per year and ending no later than 8 p.m.
Hey, Caesar, so three per year, right?
Correct.
And then ending no later than 1?
8 p.m.
And then you said you had mentioned something about having security because I didn't. Can you?
Security or off-duty police for traffic control.
Okay,
at
how
the
many?
Whatever the guidelines call for. I'm not sure if it's going to be 1 or 2. It's a small amount of students. I think it's just going to be 1.
Where do you get the guidelines from the state or
From the
county?
police.
From
Yeah.
PD? Okay, go ahead.
No weekend activities.
Mhm.
During any at-school event, we'll make sure that all vehicles park within the school grounds.
Say that part again.
During any event at the school,
Okay.
make sure that all the vehicles park inside the school grounds.
So
We don't
does-
want anybody parking in the neighborhood,
So does that include the swale?
not the swale. We're going to be creating 3 parking spaces in the swale area, so that's not going to be there. But one of the major things is stopping any parking on the swale area. Which
Okay.
some of it could be our folks, but apparently some of it is the neighbors as well. But we
Right.
have agreed that there will be no parking on the swale.
But only the 3 parking spots that you're going to be
Correct.
creating. Okay.
No smoking or vaping by anyone on school premises. No class bells that are audible on the outside of the school. No leasing the premises to any third parties for activities such as ballet, karate, anything like that, nothing like that. The parking lot is to be fenced and locked after hours. We will be requesting from the city, subject to their approval for school zone signs. We will place, if allowed, no honking signs. We will educate the parents not to block the driveways, in particular, the neighbor's driveway immediately to the east, and place, if allowed, no driveway blocking signs. The dumpster is to be the appropriate size and remain closed. I believe this is in the code, but we'll put it in there anyway. The properties to be fenced off during construction.
Does the dumpster need to be relocated? Or
It's going to be subject to the plans. It's on the plans already. So they were shown the plans. They know
and
where
they
it
were
is.
showing the plans already in the dumpster? Okay.
Homeowners to pick the color of the wall facing their property. And I believe the way we're doing this is we're getting a special use permit, so we don't have to worry about anybody doing multifamily here. That's not an issue. Fire drills, we want to make sure that we educate our children and our teachers to maintain everybody on public property, not on the neighbors' properties. We will provide staggered physical education times to prevent large numbers of children out at the same time. And any security lights that are installed are not to bother the neighbors. So as you can see, it was a pretty detailed list. We are in agreement with that, and I know some of the neighbors are here today. But I believe that that would take care of any objection to this application.
Okay. You were gonna say something?
I'm just gonna ask procedurally, Are those conditions that you read into the record have they been included in the covenant proper to the city?
No, I wanted to get the okay from the council. The covenant draft has been okay, but I will add all of these items in there.
If the council approves them,
If the
you
council-
you have
correct.
proffered all of those and you will abide by them.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so in the past, with different applications, we have talked about these covenants, right? And we've worked out these deals between the city and the applicant. And so I want to ask Deborah this and legal as well, but you know, I want to make sure that whenever we come to these agreements, right, they're actually enforced, right? And so I've had conversations with the mayor on developing a process to make sure that we enforce everything we say that you're going to do, right, in general. And so Deborah, if one of these items are in violation, right, and we're made aware of it, and then there's documentation, et cetera, what happens then?
It's hard to say because, for example, I can talk about the autism school in the annexation area, and they did a traffic study. They were here in the planning and zoning board. We changed things. And the thing is that they have the space inside, but they lock the doors. So the parents go to wait for the kids 1 hour or 30 minutes ahead of time. And there is a queue that extends up to 97th Avenue. So we don't have that much control of that. What can we do? We cannot, they are on the street, they are waiting, so it's hard to enforce that.
Typically, traditionally in these covenants, the enforcement mechanism is twofold. One, you say that the city can enforce through specific performance in court or an action for damages. You additionally provide, which I think we do, that the city can enforce through code enforcement. Of course, that the code enforcement and any other action requires that you generate a report and that you note the date and time and the nature of someone not complying. And, you know, I mean, the fact of the matter is that that requires certain personnel or certain monitoring. You know, you can also require, if it's the will of the council, to have the applicant submit a quarterly or biannual report detailing how they are continuing to comply with these things. And, you know, we've maintained one off-duty officer. We have maintained lights of a certain lumens that don't, you know, molest the neighbors. I mean, that's, you know, that's all I can think of offhand, Frank.
No, I appreciate that.
If I could,
Go ahead.
the actual declarations say that if you do not abide by the terms, you can lose either your conditional use permit or your special use permit. And in this case, I know that the neighbors, most of these covenants are now with the neighbors, even though it's recorded with the city. So they're going to be your eyes and ears, and they're going to make you aware if there's any type of violation. And then according to the agreement, you can actually void the special use permit that you're giving the school.
So can you walk me through that process, city attorney?
When the covenant provides that you can void the agreement, what typically happens is that the covenant would have to so very clearly provide. And unless, you know, the applicant agrees that that can be done administratively by the planning and zoning director, that would require in general some other proceeding before the council where the council says you violated A and B or whatever, and we're revoking the permit, you know. One of the two things, you can also add to the covenant, if it's a wish of the council, that it can obviously can always be enforced by the city. That's the personnel issue I told you about in the eyes and ears. You can also put specifically that it's enforceable with anyone that lives within 500 feet of the property as well. You can do that.
Okay, so let's open it up for public comments. We have anyone online?
None online, sir.
There's no one online.
I don't. They don't have their hands raised?
They do.
I don't see it.
They do not.
They do not.
Does anyone online like to have a few words on this item? Okay, well, we're figuring that out. Anyone in the chamber? Okay, come on up. Who? Okay. Okay, well, yeah, we'll get her after. 1 second, Diana. Let's get the chamber first.
My name is
Anderson.
Sandy Palacios, 10 East 60th Street. We're here today to voice the concerns that we still have, although we did meet and we did come to some kind of compromise. It still doesn't diminish barely how it's going to obstruct our way of being. So we still strongly oppose, as well as many surrounding residents that are here with us tonight and online, with the CUP and SUP for Children's Paradise Learning. We want to emphasize that over 60 signatures have been collected and have been turned in previously. It's crucial to recognize that the neighborhood where Children's Paradise Learning is situated is zoned as R1. The majority of residents are elderly and have owned their homes for over 30 years. Unfortunately, many of them are unable to attend meetings due to age-related ailments. Through conversations with numerous neighbors, it's evident that they strongly oppose the proposed changes. To my dismay, they also express fear of retaliation. The approval of the special use permit and conditional use permit will have a profoundly negative impact on our surrounding neighbors. It will detrimentally affect our quality of life by increasing the traffic and disrupting the peaceful flow of our neighborhood. Currently, the establishment already disrupts daily traffic and its tranquility, and approving these permits will intensify the issue. Drawing from my experience as part of the leadership team at Amelia Earhart Elementary for the past 23 years, a small school with a student population of 397, I understand the importance of educational facilities. However, I also witnessed firsthand the chaos that can derive from morning arrivals and dismissals. It always leads to blocked driveways, traffic congestion, and even accidents. What about when there are day events or night events? The parking lot planned will not have enough spaces for all the parent guests to park. We cannot afford to introduce further disruptions into our neighborhood. The continuous development throughout our city is already altering the aesthetics of many residential neighborhoods. Just look what's happening to the Hialeah racetrack. Approving the SUP and CUP for Children's Paradise Learning would only accelerate this commercialization of our community. We do not wish for our neighborhood to resemble areas like 49th Street or West 4th Avenue, where commercialization has eroded the residential charm. I ask you, the council, will you be approving this if you were one of the surrounding neighbors? I earnestly believe none of you would. In conclusion, we implore the council to consider the voices of the residents and reject the proposed SUP and CUP for Children's Paradise Learning. We're invested in preserving the tranquility and residential character of our neighborhood for current and future generations. In the event that all of you disappoint us this evening by approving this, we are demanding a concession that this property can never be sold for the purpose of or zoned for multifamily or any other commercial business other than for the purpose of its use now. And tonight we have many more of our residents, not only online, but here today, if they could stand up so you guys could witness that we are getting more people out here. And I did knock on many, many doors throughout the weekend, and they can't come. No.
Good.
I mean, a lot of the elderly, some are even being taken care of by nurses, so they can't come.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Sandy. Anyone else?
My name is Zachary Palacios. I reside at 10 East 60th Street. The neighborhood cannot support, nor will it be serviced by the proposed school. Cannot support the school due to the current roadway only being two-lane roads. The majority of residents in the area are both older and elderly. For instance, there are schools nearby such as Palm Springs Elementary where the cars overflow onto East First Avenue and East 63rd Street, as well as parking along 65th Street. The cars that overflow onto the adjacent streets are shown blocking the driveways of the homes located nearby, not allowing any of the residents of said homes to enter nor exit their driveways. Even though a significant amount of students leave via bus or stay in aftercare, a large portion of parents still choose to pick up their children, causing them to block the driveways and the park on the swales. At Twin Lakes Elementary, they have a population of 280, which is around what the proposed facility is requesting. The cars are overflowing on West 5th Place and West 66th Street. The cars blocking West 5th Place block the whole lane running all the way up and down the road. West Fifth Place is similar to East 59th Street as it is a two-lane roadway with one lane going up, one lane going down, with next to no swale parking. At Amelia Earhart Elementary, the cars observed parking and waiting along East 7th Avenue from East 60th to 57th Street. Also along East 60th Street, they tend to park illegally on both sides of the roadway. Both the swale parking that runs almost the entire length of the block, as well as the adjacent lane, and even the sidewalks are blocked with parents in their cars standing on the sidewalks as they wait for their children to be dismissed. Parents begin this process as early as 1:20 p.m. when dismissal is at 1:50 p.m. At Asbury Christian School, has a student population of 73 students. Only 2 more students and a capacity of 71 students being requested. Even though most students attend after-school care as well as after-school activities, there's still an abundant number of vehicles overflowing onto adjacent streets, blocking one of the 2 lanes on East 56th Street and 1 lane on Palm Avenue. Please note that East 56th Street is much wider than East 59th and that the parking lot of Asbury is much larger than the proposed structures. Possibilities that can occur if this is passed. It would send a dangerous precedent for the further industrialization of Palm Avenue and other residential streets like it. Decisions you make today can and possibly will cause future unseen issues that your successors will have to mend, much like you are doing now with the decisions of your predecessors. If the school was to fail and then be sold, we would more than likely be here once more attempting to prevent the structure's conversion into a multifamily home. Add comment towards the 2008 ordinance, as stated many times, we all know what occurred during 2008. 2008 recession was a long time ago. Why would the owner not construct anything even though the owner already has permission? Money? Well, maybe. But that's doubtful due to her purchase of a multi-million-dollar home. Multi-million-dollar property, waterfront property with the additional cost of building multi-story structure not added in. And the acquisition of 8 additional childcare facilities. In addition to the childcare facilities, a store in Westland Mall was opened as well. With this all being said, I highly doubt money was an issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anay Monteagudo, and I am the resident at 41 East 59th Street. I am the house adjacent to the east of the proposed expansion. So one of the reasons I am here today is, although we did meet and there were some concessions made, they keep talking about the staggering of these children. You know, I'm no analyst, but I went today at lunch and I kind of drew out, and at any given point from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., there's going to be an excess of 50 vehicles lined up right on this 2-way street of 59th Street. Now think about your parents. If they had an emergency, now this community is predominantly elderly. How is fire rescue going to get in to rescue my mom or my dad to go to the hospital when when these 2 lanes are going to be blocked? I'm happy Deborah brought up that you cannot control people coming in, staying, parking. There is no way code is going to be able to manage that. So I am asking you, I emailed each and every one of you this week. I don't know if you had a chance to read your emails, and I totally understand, but I am asking you tonight to say no to this proposal. There is no reason that, you know, our community, our little neighborhood needs this expansion. We have 3 schools in the area that service our community and our children. We have a multitude of daycares in the area. So there is no reason that we need another commercial building backing up to our properties. My father bought that house 50 years ago. I grew up on that house. And we never bought that house with the thought that there was going to be a large school built next to us. We always thought it was either going to be a single family home that it was going to be sold to, or it would remain a daycare. I mean, I knew the people that originally owned the daycare. I worked for them when I was 14 years old. It's a shame that people that don't live in our community want to come to our community and do whatever they please, and then we sit and we dilly-dally and allow them to do it. I ask and I implore each and every one of you to please back us up and don't allow this to happen. Thank you very much for your time and your continued support.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, man.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, no, let me finish my comment.
All right, anyone else? Okay, there's no one, but no one else in the chamber? Okay, so we have Diana Dominguez online. Diana, you want to unmute yourself? There you go.
Okay, yes, I have a few questions.
Name and address, please.
I'm sorry. My name is Diana Dominguez and I live at 50 East 60th Street. My backyard is maybe one house over towards the back of what the school is. My question is, yes, we are gonna have a lot of traffic coming in our way. They're gonna build 3 parking lots or 3 parking spaces, I should say, to accommodate. How are you gonna accommodate with 3 extra parking spaces, 100 and something students? Each parent has 2 cars. Not everybody drives together at the same time. So if there's an event at the school, each parent's gonna have to come from their jobs over to the school. So that's 2 cars per kids, give or take. Another question I have is, what's gonna happen to our property taxes? I've been living here for over 27 years. Okay, my kids went to that school. I know the owner of that daycare. There is no reason why we should let another school be built here. As the previous speaker just said, there's a huge amount of daycares in the location here. I don't understand. She doesn't live here. She has a business here and she wants to make it bigger. Good for her. But what about us? We live here. This is our home. This is our neighborhood. I don't understand how anybody can just come into your neighborhood and say, oh, we're going to build a building here, a public building or whatever the case may be, a commercial building. And you have nothing to say. No, that doesn't work that way. When I bought my house 20 some odd years ago, I didn't know about her wanting to increase it to a huge building here. I don't think that's right. What's going to happen to our property taxes here? Are they going to go down? Are they going to go up? What's going to happen? Can anybody tell us that? 3 parking spaces for 120 kids? What about the employees? When you drive by there during the day, her own employees barely fit in the little space that she has created for them to park. So I just don't agree. I really oppose the building of that school. I really do. It's going to cause chaos here. There's a lot of elderly living here. They walk because a lot of them cannot drive. So if they want to cross Palm Avenue as it is already, it's a death trap because people zoom by there at 50, 60 miles an hour, even though there's a speed limit of 30. If a parent comes to pick up their kids, somebody cuts them off, there it is, another traffic issue. It's going to be horrible. It's going to be horrible. I live on the other side. If there's an event, they're going to come and park here and just walk right around 4 houses down and they're at the school. So can somebody do that? Can somebody tell us that that's going to happen?
Okay. Ms. Dominguez, your time is up. Anything else you want to add?
I just suppose, and I hope that everybody, hears us out as neighbors of this community. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Dominguez. Councilman.
So through the chair, Caesar, last time I asked you if any residents, I'll be quite frankly with you up front. I asked you if any residents complained. You told me some of them, you were gonna have a conversation. I'm a little bit biased because I grew up in 56 East 59th Street. So I had a house there. So I'm very familiar with the area and I have a lot of challenges with it right now. Okay, to be transparent right now. I'm probably gonna be a no-vote. I thought it was a little bit different on this right now. I thought the traffic would have been a little bit different or anything, but I didn't know the expansion part of that. So
That's what I'd like to address.
yeah,
So
so
there's a lot of,
so I'm just letting you know, being transparent, I think you're awesome what you do, but I feel very uncomfortable right now.
there's a lot
especially with the
of things that
voices
need to be clarified,
Gotcha, okay,
if I may.
yes. That's why I'm telling you being upfront.
First of all,
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's
Caesar.
okay.
So is there someone else online that wants to speak? Oh, Yoni wants to speak? Okay, because I didn't see this hand up. So Yoni, go ahead and say a few words. And name and address, please.
Yoni Gonzalez, 11 East 60th Street. I'll make it as quickly as possible because I'm actually at my daughter's birthday. But yeah, it's what the last resident said. It's about the space. It's just 0.84 acres. The amount of kids there, it's just going to create a hassle for everyone, including the kids, including the residents. So my whole thing is about, the space, 0.84 acres. And then the amount of elementaries are in the area already. We have 6 elementaries in that area. So hopefully you guys think about that when you vote. And you guys have a great day. I'll leave you to it. And then I'll get the report from you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Go ahead, Caesar.
And we have to understand the actual facts of what's happening here. There's been a daycare there since 1965. In 2008,
And
the
by way,
council,
it was
I'm
always-
sorry?
It was always an eyesore there. I always used to say, why is that daycare there? I knew it was there. Trust me, I grew up.
Yeah.
on the block. Yeah. That's the problem that I have with that place there.
But it's been there since 1965. In 2008, the property was granted a special use permit and a conditional use permit for 240 daycare students. This is 15 years ago. So when I met with the residents, we started off the conversation with, we understand she has the right to have 2 stories if she wants. We understand she has the right to have 240 daycare students if she wants. So really, the only issue is the allocation of the 240. Is it going to be 240 daycare students only? Or is it going to be 71 K through 8 and 169 daycare? Same amount, same exact amount, same building as what we're asking for. It's not an expansion. It's just a reallocation of how the kids are going to be. And when I made the presentation the first time, when you have smaller daycare kids, you're required to have more personnel, more cars, more traffic. The 71 educational kids is actually less personnel than what's required for the daycare. The daycare children, which is the great majority, the 169, come in and out at all different hours. They can come anytime from 6 in the morning and leave at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Most parents work and have their kids there, and whenever they finish work is when they leave. So we have agreed to have the 71 will be divided into 15 minutes. It'll probably be around 15 per 15 minutes to allow the traffic to flow. The way that the investment that they're going to make into the parking lot, all of the circulation and everything is going to happen on their property. That's not there now. What's there now is a house from 1944 with an empty lot on the corner, a swell area that everybody uses for parking, including the neighbors, which she's trying to improve. We have met with the residents. I gave you 20 different things today that we've agreed to do. We first heard the major obstacle was noise. The architect is here. He'll tell you again. CBS wall, we asked for a variance, 8 foot instead of 6 feet, so that they have less noise. We're putting a wall, a fence, a material that soundproofs it, and then another material to make sure that they don't have any issues with the noise. We've agreed to have the off-duty police officers with the traffic. We've agreed to put up the signs. This is not about making this bigger. This building is going to be built, whether it's a daycare or a daycare and a school. It's just a matter of they want to do it right. They need the kids to have the school, the K through 5, to supplement the daycare. So it's going to be 2 stories. It's going to have the same amount of children. It's going to be more organized and have less personnel with the educational component. And I remember in the planning and zoning board, and it's kind of cold, but one of the planning and zoning board members asked, when you bought this house, you knew there was a daycare next door. And that's the truth. This daycare's been there since 1965. You can't say you could expected it to be a single family home. That ship sailed a long time ago. And the 240 kids, that sailed in 2008. And whether it's 2 stories, that's not an issue. And whether it's the only issue is it's going to be 240. Is it going to be 240 daycare or 240 school and daycare? School, we have more control over. We'll be able to stagger it. We have less personnel. And that's really where we are. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. And obviously, some of the comments that were made today online is folks that haven't looked at the diagrams or the plans, because we have plenty of parking. We have the circulation within our property. And we're trying to do everything to be a good neighbor. We've bent over backwards. We've met, we've agreed. We're trying, but really the only issue is, are the 240 kids going to be daycare, or are they going to be daycare and education? Education, we have more control and less personnel. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Caesar. Mr. City Attorney, correct me if I'm any point, please stop me if I'm wrong about what I'm going to say. I'm going to echo what you just said, but from our perspective. We've heard a lot of pushback from the neighbors. And I say this respectfully, I don't think they're understanding the situation here. There is nothing that we can do here, I believe, maybe nothing is, there's nothing that we can do here to stop the 240 kids and the building. There's nothing we can do to stop it. Like you said, that ship sailed in 2008 before any of us were here. There's nothing we can do to stop it. The only thing that's being asked is to not 240 daycare kids, but 71 students. I understand the neighbors would like that this goes away, and they're asking us tonight to vote with our conscience and everything. We cannot vote against the construction of the building. We can't. We cannot do it against the construction of the thing. We can't deny them to have 240. We can deny 250, but we can't deny 240 daycare children. They're not adding anything, right? Like you said, they're not adding 240 plus 71. It's gonna be 240, a mix. Right?
The original
71
ask,
plus- yeah.
the original ask was going to be to expand it a little bit. But seeing the pushback and meeting with staff, we said we're going to reduce it to the same number, 240.
So
that's
right. So we're not deciding on an expansion. That's not even on the table. We're just deciding whether we're going to allow them to have the educational component for 1/3 of their students.
Correct.
Is my math wrong? It might be less than that. Yeah, a little bit less for 1/3 of their students. So there's nothing. I want the neighbors to know that, you know, it's not that we don't want to help you and somehow magically make this go away. We cannot make it go away. So it's a matter of, will it be 240 daycare kids, or will it be a mix of 240 children? And I know either way, it's probably, once it's at full capacity, I don't know what to predict there, you know, whether it be an inconvenience or not, but there's nothing we can do about that now. Am I correct, Mr. Attorney, right? Because it's got a CUP and an SUP from 2008, correct? And that's not what we're deciding today. Go ahead, sir.
Well, it's correct that the matters that were approved in 1965 and in 2008, those are, they're way past being appealed. They're givens, or, you know, what you're talking about here is a of students, and I guess whatever impacts may result or not result from that, but you're correct in what you say.
Would I just wanted to say, would I like it in my neighborhood? No, I'd be unhappy. But is there anything I can do about it, or is there anything I can expect my elected officials to do about it? Our hands are tied in this. It's coming. It's coming. I can't, I don't have the authority. You can ask the president at some point. At this point, that's okay. Thank you. But like I said, I don't know. I don't know why the issue has become the educational component. What's the difference? If somebody tells me they're putting this next to you, I wouldn't like it, but there's nothing I can do about it. And I don't think I'd care whether there were 71 students as opposed. I just don't get it. Would it be better for them if it didn't exist? Yes. Would it be better for us if disease didn't exist? Yes. But there's, you know, it's a reality we have to face. We don't want to be the bad guys. We just can't make that go away. It's going to be 240 kids. one way or another, you know, in that neighborhood, and there's no way around that, correct? Sorry, go ahead. sir.
Through
Yeah.
the chair.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I just wanted to tell you, to share with you that after our last meeting, our last council meeting, I was concerned because the residents came forward and they voiced their all of these situations that worried them with the traffic. And I went out and I visited the school, I visited the neighbors, just to see it with my own eyes and to get to know the rest of the neighbors and see what they think. So I spoke with some of the ones that are present here and I spoke with others. I encouraged everyone that wanted to speak up to attend the meeting. Now the other neighbors, they were quite indifferent. So the ones that were home that I got to speak to, they said that they didn't mind. They don't support and they don't oppose. They don't care enough to actually, you know, come out here because they said that it really won't make a big difference to them. I was very clear, you know, I told all of the neighbors, the residents, that I took very seriously our obligation to make the right decisions. And while we do care about the quality of life for the residents, I also don't want to make a decision that goes against the property rights of the owner of this daycare. And as Councilman Zogby said, this was approved already many years ago for 240 students. So at the end of the day, it's not increasing. We're not increasing the number of students. I just wanted you guys to know that I went out there and I spoke with the neighbors.
Okay, yeah,
Through the chair.
so, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Caesar, maybe it's in your packet, but I can't seem to find it right now. The 2008 ordinance, is this in here? Or maybe somebody else can point me to it.
It's in my presentation. Slide number 3. And slide number 4. Slide number 3 is the 08 ordinance, 88.
I don't have access to that.
You're sharing this.
Slide number 3.
I'm sharing now.
Right there.
Okay. The next one. City Attorney, you don't happen to have a hard copy of this ordinance? 1753.
So can you go print out? Okay.
Thanks.
You done for now, Brian, until we get the, okay, so, again, we don't normally do this, all right, but yeah, because I know you kept on raising your hands, all right? So I'm gonna give one person just 1 minute to come and say whatever you have to say. And then we're done with the public comments, okay? Say on the mic, please, and thank you.
Clarification, Caesar, you said K8 or is it K5? K5, okay, because you said K by accident, okay. And then next, to address Mr. Zogby. I've been an elementary school teacher for 26 years at Amelia Earhart. You've seen me, I've talked to you plenty of times at the school. And to address you, Angelica Pacheco. I do dismissal every day and arrival every day at my school. There is a difference between daycare students and elementary students. Daycare students could go home at whatever given time. Elementary students have to be there until the end of the day for attendance. So there is a difference. 71 kids dismissing at 3:05 versus daycare students staggered dismissal, whatever time mom and dad that are not working want to pick them up. And that is a difference. Now, is it 71 plus 240 or is it 240 in total? 240 total.
Now,
So-
he said in response that I understand what you're saying, and I did many, and you're right. I did many school arrivals and dismissals during my 23-year career as a police officer, and 6 of those years were in DARE. And in every school I was at, I did their arrivals and dismissal. You're right. But he also offered that they could do a staggered
The staggered is for the 71.
For the 71, that should help a little bit. Yeah.
And like Deborah mentioned earlier, parents do wait because at every Hispanic
Wait, they get their-
elementary school, they get there like 40 minutes early. I don't know what for, but they do. They drink the cafecito and they play dominoes, but that's what they do. So, you know.
Okay. All right. So I just have a couple things. Caesar, I believe Ms. Palacio had mentioned something about multifamily and commercial. Yeah, remember she said something.
The way this is being done is you're being asked to give us a special use permit on an R1 property, allowing the educational component. You're not rezoning it to R3 multifamily. So if this ever loses its special use permit, it's an R1 zoning. So it can't be multifamily without coming back. And the land use is major institutions.
Okay.
So it would have to come back to you guys to rezone it for anything else.
Okay. But just to be clear again,
Yeah.
that whole process, any type of change to multifamily, commercial, it
It's
would have
like
to
any
start, it's a
other-
brand new process that would have to start
Correct.
from
scratch.
From scratch and start here. Okay. All right.
If I may through the chair.
Yes, ma'am. Good.
And I apologize if I missed this because I went to the restroom. Did we discuss the staggered dismissal option?
Yes,
Like the time?
I am, not the times, I said 15-minute intervals, because we're trying to do about 15 minutes per shift.
So just to finalize this number, so 71 would be for daycare,
71 is for K through 5,
for K through 5, and 169
Is
would
daycare.
be daycare.
correct,
So the staggered would just be for the 71.
or the 71.
And were we discussing staggered for arrival and dismissal? Or
Correct.
is everyone arriving at the same time
No,
from the 71?
normally when we do staggered, that I do, when I put on the declaration, the arrivals are 15-minute intervals and the dismissals are 15-minute intervals.
Is it going to be an option or is it gonna be a
No, that's-
requirement for the
it's-
parents?
I don't, you're a teacher, so
Right,
the kids have to be in class by this time and they have to be out by this time. So the kindergarten class will be from 7:45 to 2:45. The first grade class will be from 8 o'clock to 2:30.
Right.
So those are the required times. They don't have an option. They can always stay.
so we're splitting the 71 in half. We're gonna do
No,
30.
we're splitting the 71. I'm thinking 5 different groups.
So every grade level is gonna have a different arrival,
Correct.
but that may not work because they may have siblings. So. I don't know about the 5 groups, maybe offering 2 groups or 3 groups, but I don't know about, I don't know.
I would say at least 4.
Yeah.
15 minutes and 1 hour.
Okay.
increment.
Okay. And I guess then the school can adjust the number. So if there's a lot of siblings that are in the same grade, I guess they would have to divide those families in
Right.
different.
They're gonna have to
arrival.
work. They're gonna have to work. But
And then the
that's,
dismissal is gonna be just typical, like 150 for the younger grades and
it's going to be
250
the same as the arrival. It's going to be 15-minute intervals divided into, if we do 4 groups in the morning, it'll be 4 groups in the afternoon.
Are they going to have aftercare services there?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So a lot of those kids will stay. for
And do they
aftercare.
currently have aftercare there? now?
Yes,
So what's the enrollment right now in aftercare? Like what?
I
what's
think
the
they said,
percentage
it was 70 something altogether.
Between daycare?
What's the enrollment? The enrollment right now? Yeah. For daycare.
For daycare? Like
30 something right now.
For 30 something, and they don't have an elementary at the moment. And
They do.
so what's in total, what's the aftercare group?
81.
81. Okay. All right. So then that already alleviates half of the group. So that would be half of the kids would be dismissing only during dismissal time, and then the other half would be at 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock, or when their parents come together.
Whenever the parents come together, correct?
And the dismissal you said is going to be contained through the circle of the
Yeah.
school
In
and
the plans,
overflow,
in the plans, you see that
Right.
the parking lot is located to the east of the building.
right?
So there's an entrance on the furthest east. around, loops around, and then comes out closer to the avenue.
How, okay,
And I believe there's about a 16 car, 19 stacking
Inside.
area available in that parking lot.
in the,
Okay, please, if you're gonna speak to the council, I'm sorry, please come up and
Please,
give your
yes.
name and your address and state what, thank you.
Carlos Cardoso, Design Tech International. We're at 1.125 Northwest 80th Avenue. Right now, we're showing 14 is what's required. We have about 19 that can be parked inside.
Not parking.
I'm sorry, 19 can be stacked inside. We have 55 parking spaces that's required. And then we have the 3 also that we're putting out on the street.
okay. And then the overflow is expected to curve out to Palm or to 59th?
59.
To 59.
Yeah, I don't believe they'll let us do it on home.
And then the school doesn't have a back kind of circular, right? Because it's just gonna be one way in through 59th and then they
one way in.
exit through Palm?
No.
Or they're
so
gonna exit again through 59?
They're gonna exit out through 59. It's a one-way in through 59th and that loop exits out.
And there's no way of making that exit through Palm? There's no flow in that building to allow to alleviate maybe
I don't think staff, the city staff would want that.
You don't want that.
Yeah.
to go out?
Yeah.
And also, they have the building placed to the west, so they leave a big buffer from the building to the residential home to the east.
Right, we wanted to get the building as far away from the residential as possible. So we put it on the corner.
Okay, yeah, I'm
The-
just saying
the
that that's
most
gonna be a
important-
lot of in and out
The
onto
most
that
important
road.
thing here is the traffic control personnel that they have to make sure that during the drop off, the kids come out of the cars quickly and the cars keep flowing, and the same during the pickup. So they need someone to be at the door, at the entrance door, someone to be 1 or 2 people receiving the kids and helping them get into the cars, and someone else at the exit to make sure that everything flows very well. One person or 2 persons won't be enough. They need at least 4.
Yeah, but that could be school personnel.
Well, it can be school mixed with
Right.
police taking care of the traffic. In the 2 doors, maybe police, and inside the thing.
And we have, but then when they exit the school, if they have to wait to make a right on Palm Avenue, they're gonna hold up then the carpool line. So it's still gonna, there's gonna have to be, when they exit the school, we're gonna have to probably have a no right turn. So they don't go to the stop, so they don't go to Palm Avenue, because if not, they're gonna be waiting for cars to come by and they're gonna back up the car lane.
We requested a traffic study, but didn't want to go through that expense. We requested a traffic study.
But I
When all
think-
this came about, and a traffic study will tell you. A
I
traffic study. will-
think that for that corner, we need a little bit more guidance. Just because Palm Avenue has so much traffic, people speeding, that building is very close to the edge. I wouldn't feel safe, God forbid, knowing that a car is gonna make a right there, and God forbid, they're gonna smash it into the building and there's kids in that building. I don't feel comfortable with that. And I apologize to the neighbors if the flow is gonna be through their block. But either way, it's gonna take too long if there's gonna be cars wanting to turn on Palm Avenue, because then they're gonna be waiting and the car line's not gonna be moving.
Maybe what you can do is ask, if you approve it, that they need to submit a traffic analysis and that to be reviewed by our traffic consultant before the approval of the concurrence and site plan review. This guy that makes these traffic
That
reports.
could be a condition that the
Yeah,
council
that could be
could
because-
add, because it normally is prior to approval, so you can see the impact of but the way that the director has suggested it is viable.
Because we wouldn't be able to ask for a no right turn out of this elementary, out of the school
What they
property.
do is that a traffic engineer, not this one, like a good traffic engineers, makes a thorough analysis, and then through cost recovery, they pay, and we have our own engineer that reviews, and they look at everything, at the amount of traffic, and they recommend improvements. So they will need to take care of those improvements.
Okay. Caesar, is that okay?
And
with you?
maybe they even recommend like the staggered hours for pickup, drop off.
Yeah.
Put some conditions.
So the condition would be to submit a traffic analysis for review from the city for any recommendations as to better operate it.
I think the condition is that the traffic analysis that will be submitted will need to be reviewed and approved by the city prior to site plan approval. Is that what you meant? That's what's meant, sir.
Can I have just 30 seconds to speak to my client real quick?
Yeah. All right, a minute recess. I gotta use the bathroom. Zoomed.
We agree with the condition of a traffic analysis with the part of the site plan approval.
All right, so just so help me understand this, city attorney. So what is this process gonna look like then? So with this amendment?
Well, if the council in its wisdom wants to go forward with this, besides all the other conditions in the covenant that have been proffered and will be stated, that there will be the additional condition which the covenant, what the council would need to expressly add, so it's clear to the applicant, presuming that they are in concurrence, that there would need to be a traffic study. The traffic study would need to be submitted to the city planning and zoning director. And that traffic study would have to be reviewed and approved prior to site plan approval. And with review and approval connotes that if it's okay, it'll be approved. If it's not, the department may make a comment about X, Y, or Z about the traffic, and they will need to address it prior to site plan approval. That's exactly that's how that works, to my knowledge.
So how would the director determine it's yay or nay? I mean, I don't.
She has a traffic engineer that she submits it to.
Okay.
Yeah, they have a,
Through cost recovery, first of all, before starting the analysis, their traffic engineer gets in touch with our traffic engineer, and
Okay.
then they define the methodology, what they want to accomplish. So then they respond with their traffic analysis, our traffic engineer reviews it, it's paid by them through cost recovery. And then as a result of the traffic study, the engineer will say, well, the condition is that these improvements be proffered. For example, only right turn from 59 to Palm Avenue, no left turn allowed, so they will have to put signs for that. Maybe a crossing with those strobing lights will be required on 59th Street, things of that sort. Or maybe some kind of curbing when you exit from the parking lot, things that the traffic engineers know.
right,
Can
it goes
can
with,
you-
I'm sorry.
Can you once we get that, can you send a summary of that to this council, just to make sure that we can see that as well?
On that one, yes.
On the traffic study?
Okay. Well, another thing that we have done in the past, for example, with the iMatter school, is that since now they have 80 children, they say, you approve like the first year with a certain amount of children, and then you require them to come to city council 1 year after.
Yeah.
With the traffic analysis and with all the results to see if we have any complaints. And then they can increase the number of students.
Okay.
That's another thing.
All right. So this is, so the idea would be to motion, and then with that condition, approve with that condition, and then we'll go from there. Any other comments?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Approve with the condition of the traffic study as part of the site plan approval.
Traffic study and approval, traffic study, review and approval as a condition to the site plan approval. That's actually what it
Okay,
is.
agreed.
Okay?
Yes.
And all the other conditions that were stated on the record that you read into the record as well. Do you
Correct.
accept those?
Yes.
Okay, all of that has to be in the covenant.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to highlight the 2008 ordinance. I'm reading from the second to last page. It doesn't have a page number on the bottom. But title of the document says Declaration of Restrictive Covenants. Here on paragraph number 1, it says the premises located at 21st East 59th Street proffered the following: for the first year of operation of the child daycare facility, from the date of issuance of the certificate of occupancy or the first day of operations, the petitioner will limit the maximum capacity of children to 190. Petitioner will provide for on-site traffic control person at peak traffic hours to facilitate the proper flow of traffic and to and from the daycare facility, a 6-foot hedge along East 59 to reduce the noise impact. Provided that after the first year of operation, the petitioner may increase the maximum capacity of children up to and including 240 by application to an approval of the Growth Management Advisory Committee at a public meeting upon providing an updated list, a mailing label to the property owner within the 500-foot radius of the subject property, and an updated traffic impact study will be submitted by the applicant. So if I'm reading this right, and this from 2008, funny enough, we were talking about who approved this kind of stuff. In 2008, it was Stefan Bovo was the council president, funny enough. So if I'm reading this correctly, it says that they don't get 240 automatically. What they got was 190 maximum capacity of children for 1 year. They had to provide an on-site traffic control person for traffic. They had to do the 6-foot hedge. They had to reduce noise, etc. And then only if after the first year, they went before some growth management advisory committee in a meeting, they noticed the neighbors and they completed an updated traffic study. Once they did those things, they might be able to be approved up to 240. So I don't know if this was something that was done, right? If that 1 year
I
period,
haven't seen that part of it. I haven't seen that version.
because my understanding was you were telling us that in 2008, it was already 240.
Was not done because the school was never built.
So right now, they can't even do 240. According to this, it can only do 190. That's what this document is saying here. And so I just want to be clear that it is an increase, what we're talking about, according to this document.
Well, I don't know how that version correlates with the one that I have, which says specifically 240.
I just got it from the city clerk. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, because that, I guess that's the declaration of restrictions, or is that the ordinance?
It's
Yeah,
a
I don't have a
declaration.
copy of
It's
it.
also in the ordinance. It's in the second whereas clause. Says for the first year of operation, the child daycare facility from the date of issuance of the certificate of occupancy, the first day, the petitioner will limit the maximum capacity of children to 190. Second, providing an on-site traffic control person at peak hours to facilitate the proper flow of traffic. And third, provided that after the first year of operation, the petitioner may increase the maximum capacity of children up into including 240 children by application and approval by the Growth Management Advisory Committee at a public meeting upon notice, which the city must accept. So that's the ordinance. It's also in the deck. And it also says that this covenant, this will be revocable, basically, if there's no compliance. And that's paragraph 2. So my understanding was, and I think where a lot of people were basing their decision on is like, it's already 240, we're doing 240, it's just a different mix. But my
Correct.
understanding of this document is, it's not really 240 right now, it's actually 190. With the ability, sure, to increase to 240, provided a lot of these things happen. A lot of the things that were asked to happen back in 2008 are a lot of the stuff that we're repeating today, having the traffic control person, having some sort of noise reduction. So I do think in essence, at 240, as we see it today, today's application, it is an increase. I mean, we're essentially skipping the 1-year period that this sort of outlays. So I don't know. I think that's inaccurate. It's an inaccurate statement to say that it's just the same. I think we are definitely increasing. And I just think I personally think it's too much. I think it's too much for the property. But anyways.
So back to my original concern with declaration of restrictions, right? So again, that's why we need a process, right? And we dish these declaration of restrictions out like we're Oprah. Everybody gets one, right? And no one wants to enforce. So I want to know first and foremost, do we have any record of some sort of growth management advisory committee getting together and having a public meeting? How does that work, Deborah? I mean,
The growth advisor, it doesn't exist anymore. The growth management advisory committee was a committee formed by the department heads of planning and zoning, building, fire, water and sewers, street. And like the last years, no one would come to the meetings. We never had a quorum. So at the end, it was dissolved. It doesn't exist.
all right. And so do you have any recollection, Deborah, that I know this doesn't exist today, but do you have any recollection, any documentation that when this did exist in 2008?
No, they never built a school, so they never came. In reality, they never built in 2008, and the declaration didn't say there wasn't a timeline. Now we have a timeline that says you have 18 months to get your concurrence and site plan review. You have 1 year to get your building permit. If not, all the approval expire, and we might revoke your ordinance. But even with that, we never do that.
I know, but just even here in the ordinance, right, in section 1.1, it says that they're granted a CUP and SUP to allow a child daycare facility up to 240 kids. I mean, doesn't really mention anything about the school.
No, because it wasn't a school. It was only a daycare. It was only a daycare.
No, right. I got it. But technically, if they were operating at 240, and correct me, jump in if I'm wrong here, but if they were operating at 240, then, I mean, would they be in violation of the declaration?
But they were never operating at 240 because they never built a facility that would be able to accommodate.
So where are they right now? How many kids?
71
81 kids total.
right now.
I think the precise question asked is if tomorrow they had 240 kids and we didn't approve this today, we tabled it, whatever. If tomorrow they put 240 students there, they'd be in violation. That's what this says.
Well, of that, I don't know how it works. When you create a new ordinance, what takes precedence, the new ordinance?
No, I'm saying forget about today's ordinance. I'm reading 2008, which is the most recent that applies to the property. And it says that they have a maximum of
Well,
190.
if they would have come and built a building and come after 1 year, we would have looked at that and they would have had to comply with that. With that, we did that with the iMatter schools. With the iMatter schools, they came 1 year after to demonstrate that the traffic was fine.
Mr. Calvo, to answer your question, I understand your question. I think to answer your question, if they came tomorrow with 240, they wouldn't be able to comply with the declaration the way it reads right now because there is no growth management or whatever it is, growth management advisory. So they would be unable to comply with this declaration.
So
But
if they're
if I
unable to
may-
comply, the maximum they could do right now is 190 students.
Well, they're unable to comply because the city.
But they can do 190 without having to do growth management.
You're correct about that.
Right.
Yeah, they can do 190.
Right.
The
190.
issue which was brought up in these recent revelations is that it's to go from 190 to 240, it requires a concurrence of a non-existent committee to
So-
review and approve,
A
you
traffic
know.
study.
Yes, correct. Yes, sir.
But if I may through the
Yeah.
chair, we don't default this committee to P and Z now and say, okay, now we,
Well, you can do now. You
Well-
can say.
but all
we
the
can- we can
previous
say-
cases that
No-
we've had, have had this in a covenant.
Nothing has.
No
there-
one has ever said,
No.
okay, we have to abide by this, so let's default and make it now the P and Z board.
You couldn't, I mean, that couldn't just be done administratively. You would have to legislatively say that the growth management advisory, that their role now is assumed by the planning and zoning board. And we don't have anything that says that.
Chair, we also have the public meeting component on it too.
Huh?
Asking also for a public.
Is the mic on?
For as far as not having a growth management advisory committee, but you're also asking for a public meeting.
Oh,
on it
yeah,
too.
that's part of it.
Yeah, you have to notice people, you have to do a traffic study.
I mean, it's the council's will what they want to do, but to be clear, many different things have been brought up tonight and many different issues, but clearly they have the daycare approval. It seems evidently in light of this recent documentation that's been produced that they have a clear approval for the 190, but I would not say that, that is the case for any increment between the 190 and the 240, because it seems, unless I'm missing something, that certain measures have to be taken, which I'm not aware of having been taken.
I mean, I'll put it very simply. I think based on this information, we're led to believe that the 240, right, going back to your statement, your 240 is just a different allocation, right? But that's not what this says. So really what we're being asked today is for an increase of 50 additional children. And also on top of that, changing the ages and the grades and what have you. And circumventing some of the things that were laid out here in 2008. I mean, and again, it's the will of the council, obviously, but I don't know if there's a scenario where we limit it to the 190 that was foresaw in 2008, and we follow this 1 year procedure for the increase. I don't know if your client's even open to that, but
Yeah, that's something totally new. I don't know. And I
Well,
wouldn't want her
what-
to make a decision like that based on.
Councilman, what you're saying is we limit the permit to 190, and after a year of operation, they come back and follow this process?
process that we'll obviously have to update, make it P and Z or make it ourselves, or whatever, but I think that was the vision in 2008. So, unless, we could obviously circumvent that and do the 240 today, but we have to all understand that it is an increase. You know, it's a 50 student increase.
Look, I think, and then at the end of the day, this boils back down, councilman and all the council members to what is it that we're agreeing to? Right, and I hate to sound like a broken record, right, but it's a little embarrassing, right, that we weren't even aware of certain things and we were led to believe certain things, and so I don't like to be embarrassed, right, and so I know this council doesn't like to be embarrassed, but we most definitely need to put some controls in place. So I'll set up a meeting next week so we can meet with the mayor and come up with an actual mechanism that could not only oversee this but enforce it. Okay. Any other
table it?
Yeah.
If it's the will of the council to take some action like that, certainly you can refer to the fact that a lot of new information has come out tonight that, you know.
Hold on one second.
and,
Caesar, call Caesar in here, a momentico. All right, we're not gonna do this now, and so. No, we're gonna, Caesar. So, unless you have a resolution or something like that to offer, there's a lot going on here. And we're not gonna come to, we're not gonna do this now. It's already late. It's 10:30. So if you don't mind, let's go ahead and table it for the next meeting. Okay?
Motion.
I have a motion to table.
We have a motion to table by Rodriguez and a second by Perez.
Yeah, can you announce the date and the time of the next meeting? You don't want to-
Sorry, this item can't be heard next meeting. It has to be heard
Right.
first
and-
meeting in March, correct?
Yeah.
March, give me 1 second so I could get the exact date.
March 19. Is it?
March 19 or March 12, March 12. March,
Is that
7 p.m. March 12,
7
p.m.
12th?
7
Is that
p.m. March 12. Either way, we will have to re-advertise this property on the newspaper of general circulation.
Okay.
I have a motion to table until March 12, 2024 by
Rodriguez and a second by Perez.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Donidon,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles,
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco.
Yes.
Motion carried. The item is tabled until March 12, 2024.
All right, PC2.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R3 multiple family district to R34 multiple family district.
All right, this item is a second reading. Do we have any public comments? Oh, you go ahead.
Granting a variance permit to allow a front setback of 4.33 feet where 25 feet are required, 0.33 foot south side setback where 10 feet are required, rear setback of 9 feet where 20 feet are required, 22 pervious area where 30% is the minimum required. In contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinance, section 98-589, 98-590, 98-591, and 98-2056. 1050 Southeast 9th Court and 1070 Southeast 9th Court, Hialeah zoned R3 multiple family district. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
All right, this item is a second reading.
Is there an error on the R3 and R34 multiple family district? It's the same? Okay.
All
thank
right.
you.
Hey, Mr. Ali.
Before you start, because of the importance of this property right next to Southeast Park, I would like to have 2 minutes and then 1 minute at the end.
Say it again.
Because of the importance of this property, it's right next to Southeast Park and that area is booming. I would like to have 2 minutes now and 1 minute afterwards to speak.
Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes now.
I
And then-
agree-
and then-
appreciate that,
Yeah.
Mr. Tundor.
Yeah.
Okay, I live right next to the property. I've lived here since 1971. Southeast Park is experiencing a boom. They're buying all the property there, right? Our city planner should be the #1 person against this project. It's right next to the city park. You're gonna make it, unlike the other project, you're gonna make it from R3, you're gonna give them permission to R4. You're gonna remove the setback in the front, the setback in the back. This property is 8 feet from the tennis court, which is gonna be pickleball court, and the basketball court. You're gonna have a 6-foot wall, you're gonna have the traffic going in right next to the basketball court. The history of our last 20 years, when Deborah Storch was our city planner, we haven't created one recreation center in the last 20 years. We closed Filer and Hialeah Middle with no objection from her. Hialeah Heights. City Planning 101, when Hialeah Heights was planned, should have a recreation center there, a police station, a fire station. I'm asking you to get involved in our city planning as it involves our parks. This is gonna be another one like Three Friends Park, our oldest park. You were lied to. You told it was abandoned. The Felix Lazardi came in here. Never once did she correct them. Like, sir, that's not right. It's never been abandoned. That's our oldest park. Never once. To make it worse, she added 2 pictures in her planner's recommendation that showed that park. So as far as honesty and the future of our parks, you know, it's this area. We already have Prestige Builder about two blocks. There's a condo opening up right in front of with the Mararo project. They're already starting to build in Okeechobee, the Prostitution Motel. The Prestige is built a 30 unit. This could be the next Wynwood. We're 2 miles north of the new soccer stadium, the Messi Stadium. And they're buying this left and right. It's like, and please plan, I mean, the parks, once you give up a park or the conditions of a park, you're never gonna get that back. And Southeast Hialeah is gonna be, if you do it right, better than Wynwood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ozzie.
Let me talk, because here there is a confusion. He thinks that I am a policy maker and that I decide what you build in the park and what you don't build in the park. That is not my function. I am not the mayor. I don't plan the capital improvements that they build in the city. So that, forget about that. Stop blaming me, because that is not my function and that's not what I do. The second thing, the pictures that are in the file were provided by the applicant. I don't put pictures that I take in the file. So those files that he has been talking about, Felix Lazarte, those were provided by them, by the applicant, by Mr. Felix Lazarte. And then the third thing, I am not here to correct the attorneys. The attorneys come, they expose what they want to expose, and I am no one to come and to correct what they say. If I am asked, I reply, but that is not my function. So for you to know, don't waste your time. Don't take me again to the Ethics Commission, because I'm doing my job the way it's supposed to be. You ask the job you ask all the applications to go in English and Spanish. It's extra work for a staff of 5 people, but we do it. The day you ask for it, we do it. So please stop with me. Don't put my pictures in the films. Stop. This is the end.
Okay. And then for the record, that was Deborah Storch, Planning and Zoning.
501 Palm Avenue.
Through the chair.
Deborah, you just know, you never have to explain your character to us. We know exactly who you are and your professionalism. So there's no need for that. I just want you to know that. Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, to echo that wasn't what I was going to say, but this person who came up to talk has a history of just blaming everybody arbitrarily for what he thinks is wrong with the city. But anyhow, that being said, I'm not going to waste my time with that. 14,200 square feet to put 8 units. That's a no-brainer. I don't get it. There's 2 lots of 7,100 foot each.
Yes.
16 units. I mean, 8 units.
We're
with
not taking over
16
any part of
parking
the park.
spaces.
We're not taking any part of the park.
No, it's like, this is a big piece of property for 8 units. We've approved less. We approved something not too long ago that had 10 units on 5,000 and something square feet.
And I showed you
What's
the
the right
block.
neighborhood.
The block has the exact same amount of units and more.
This one, but this
this
one has a lot more
Yes.
area. So I don't know. I like the project. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I motion if nobody else does in advance.
But I'm sorry, this is through the chair, through the president. Did you want to make a presentation?
I've made a presentation. We've done this on land use. It's been to first reading. I remember putting up the slides and answering any questions. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Was this was a home before and it was, can you
There's a
walk?
vacant lot in
A vacant lot and a home. They could have asked for the MBD. They didn't. They just went to high density and they are not at the top at 32 units per acre. They are at 28 units.
When was
per
the
acre.
house demolished?
When? I think when
Last year?
The last year, yeah.
Because if I recall, there was a property here, I think it was this block, where I had gotten a call from, I think it might have been that neighbor, where they were building a complete new addition with violate, all illegal, no permits, no nothing, and the city went in there and said, hey, what are you doing? So if that's what this is, then I mean, God bless you guys, because that was a mess
It's
and a
an
half.
empty lot. It's
Yeah.
completely
Okay,
demolished.
perfect. All right. So I know we have a motion, but I promised Mr. Ozzie I was gonna give him one more minute. Mr. Ozzie, keep it clean. Okay? All right. Go ahead.
Hi, I take offense to Mr. Zogby had the character of me. I've never lied to you, anybody here one time. I've never lied to you one time. The day I lied to you one time, I'm a liar. All right? My concerns are for the parks and what's happened the last 20 years, This property will be fine, but not next to a city park. No city planner in the state of Florida would approve going from R3 to R4, reducing the setbacks. You're gonna have the tennis players, 8 foot, a wall. You're gonna see a building instead of the setback, nothing there. No city planner would approve this size building is next to a public park. This is unheard of. Cities protect their parks. Cities do whatever they can to get more parks and to make the parks more pleasant. Approving a property to be bigger and removing the setbacks. I'm not a city planner, but this is unheard of. I am pretty experienced with Parks and Recreation. This is unheard of for a city to just disregard that a public park is there in the future of Southview Park. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion by Zogby. We have a second.
Second.
So a second by the Vice President. Call the roll.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Tundidor.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles.
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
All right, PZ3.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a conditional use permit pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinance, section 98-21, to allow a multi-family development including 239 units on property located within quarter-mile radius of the Hialeah Heights Commercial Development District and rezoning property from industrial district to mixed-use multiple family district. Property located at 8875 West 40th Avenue, Hialeah Zoned Industrial District, legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
All right. What are we gonna do about the lake, Danny? All right, so this is the second reading. Do we have
Motion.
any public comments online?
Second.
And second.
Any online? Any in the chamber? None? All right, we have a motion by Perez and we have a second by Zogby. Call the roll.
Mr. Tundidor.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles.
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
All right, thank you. PZ4.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a conditional use permit pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinance, section 98-21, to allow a K through first grade elementary school with a maximum capacity of 24 students occupying a single bay 356 Palm Avenue in conjunction with 62 children daycare bays 362, 368, 374, 380, and 386 Palm Avenue, granting a variance permit to allow 26 parking spaces where 23 on-site and 3 off-site, where 27 parking spaces are required. In contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinance, section 98-2189, subsection 9. Property located at 356 Palm Avenue, Hialeah Zoned Central Business District, legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
All right. Hey, Caesar, quick question. This is this school in a shopping center?
This is the one you
I
asked last time.
I know. Do we have any public comments online?
Motion.
Do we have any in the chamber? None? All right, we have a motion by Perez.
Second.
Second.
And a second by Vice President. Call the roll.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles,
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Tundidor.
No.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Awesome. Congratulations. PZ5.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a conditional use permit pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinance, section 98-181, to allow a vocational nail technical school within 16 stations. With 16 stations, property located at 1290 West 49th Street and 1300 West 49th Street, Suite 1304, Hialeah zones Liberal Retail Commercial District and Extended Liberal Retail Commercial District legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Do we have any public comments? Any online, any in the chamber? What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion.
We have a motion by the vice president. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Zogby.
Mr. Cobble,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles,
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Trinidad.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
All right, item PZ six.
First reading of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R2, 1 and 2 residential district to B1 highly restricted retail district. Granting a variance permit to allow 100% of the units with an area less than 850 square feet, where 850 square feet is a minimum area required, and only 10% of the units may have an area of 600 square feet. Allow 16 parking spaces where 32 parking spaces are required. And a variance to waive the building mass requirements in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, sections 98-1630.2, 98-2189 subsection 16A, and 98-1630.3 subsection C. Property located at 3670 East Fourth Avenue, Hialeah, and legally described herein, zoned R2, 1 and 2 Family District within Area 2 of NBD Overlay District, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Quick question on this item that's on first reading. It has currently a R2 zoning?
It has R2 zoning right now. Yes.
And what's on the?
And commercial. It used to be a daycare that caught fire and it was demolished. So now it's an empty lot.
3670 East Fourth Avenue?
I can show you a picture.
Oh, because I'm looking, maybe this is an old picture, 2023. When did it catch fire?
Oh, my goodness.
A couple of years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know why I see a building here.
Can you show slide number 3?
Oh, there's not a building.
There isn't?
No.
No?
I went out there to put the signs. There's
I'm
nothing
on
there.
the property appraisals office,
It's
website.
not.
Yeah, they run behind.
You seen it there?
Yeah, come here.
Yeah, I am.
Go to Google.
Okay. Oh, I went on the property appraisals. Okay.
Side 3. That's what it looks like now.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, you see that too, right? I'm like, well, what? Okay, got it. All right. All right.
And
council
we are
discussion?
doing affordable housing here.
Are we? All right, let's hear about that.
We're doing 3 units, 50 to 80% AMI.
Really? Yes.
Okay.
Can you repeat that? What was that?
We can take it back if you'd like.
Say that again. Say that again. I'm curious why you're doing that.
In negotiations with staff.
Good.
So she-
Yeah, she knows what she's
See,
doing.
the big smile on her face.
Yeah. All right. So walk us through it then. Go ahead. Give us the cliff notes. version.
Okay, empty lot, as you can see. We're going 3 stories.
Mm.
There's going to be parking, hidden parking on the bottom. 3 units at 50 to 80% AMI. We're gonna have street level artwork, architectural features, parking out of street view. We added a computer center and a fitness center on the 2nd floor. There's going to be a commercial component on the 2nd floor on one side, public open space, enhanced outdoor furniture. We have a total of 13 units, all 1 bedrooms. We have 16 parking spaces for 13 units, 1 bedrooms. And that's basically it. The units run from about 564 square feet to 780.
Yeah.
One
Oh, that's
bedroom.
great. How many units total?
13.
13, okay, and then 3 of those 13, perfect. Wow, that's great. Good to hear.
And if you want to see what it looks like, it's actually kind of pretty.
Yeah, show us on the slide there.
Start there. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, very nice.
And I know the architect is online. He was feeling ill. He couldn't make it today, but if you have any questions?
Perfect. All righty. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion.
Motion by the Vice President.
Segundo.
Second by Rodriguez. Call roll.
Ms. Garcia Robles,
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco, Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Dundee,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Cobble.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for February 27, 2024.
All right, PZ 7.
First reading of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R3 multiple family district to R35 multiple family district. Granting a variance permit to allow 44 additional units having a rear setback of 7.58 feet for their north building and 7.91 feet for the south buildings where 20 feet are required, and to allow 127 parking spaces where 333 parking spaces are required. In contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinance, section 98-591 and section 98-2189, subsection 19C, 1200, 1205, 1265, and 1280 West 25 Place, including vacated portion of West 25 Place right of way. Hialeah legally described herein, zoned R3 multiple family district. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
All right, I have a request on this item, but Hugo, if you don't mind, obviously after name and address, if you give us again Cliff Notes version
Yeah,
of what's
be
going
happy
on,
to.
and then we can go ahead.
So it's Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue, representing the applicant this evening. I mean, I've got a very brief presentation. If you want to put it up, I'll just show you the location. Existing project that's been around, multifamily project's been around for over 35 years. We have an opportunity to add, it currently has 104 units. We have an opportunity to add 44 units. You can go to the next slide. That's the aerial of the property, approximately 5.8 acres. Next slide. Current use of existing multifamily owned and operated by the same owner and family for close to 20 years now. Next slide. Current land use and zoning, it's got high density land use. It's got R3. We're asking for the R35 to accommodate what we're proposing, but it's in line with there's housing authority project to the west. Next slide. Application requests. We are asking for a modest side setback variance and then a parking variance. The parking variance we are mitigating by providing for the units that we cannot allocate parking to. We identified a need with and working with Ms. Storch, and I want to thank her for it, where those units will be made available exclusively to seniors 65 and over, and those seniors will not be allowed to have a car. So, we will vet the tenants at that time. We've included that draft is already included. In having further discussions, just to clarify, we were happy between first and second reading to add a little bit more to that same clause that basically says that there's no back door. If for some reason we were unable to rent those units to seniors who don't have cars, we would just not be able to rent those additional units. I mean, there's no way to say, oh, well, if you can't rent them, you can then rent them to anybody else. We recognize that this is in response to there being a parking request and variance. The parking variance seems more severe than it is. These are all 1-bedroom units, and actually every 1-bedroom unit that will have parking. All the other units will get one parking space per your code, but they're tandem spaces. What it means is that they're deep enough and they're designed for 2 cars to park. You can't allocate those between different owners, but every unit can get one space that fits 2 cars, one in front of the other. I've moved my car for my daughter and wife to move their car out of a driveway 1,000 times. So in fact, in practice, every single unit here, except for those that will not be permitted to have any car, will have one tandem space, which counts as one space, but it'll fit 2 cars. So I think
Okay.
it's mitigated that way.
Hugo, let me just, so
yeah.
real quick, let me stop you right there for a second. That was what I wanted to make sure we discussed, right?
Okay.
'Cause I know that, we're going to be revamping the declaration of restrictions process. Correct, correct. And I think the councilman for pointing that out. And it's something that we've been discussing already for a long time, right?
I welcome you, if when you meet, after you meet with Ms. Storch, I know you indicated you're gonna meet with her. If you want to get any feedback, I'm sure Mr. Mestre, who has to draft
Yeah.
a lot of those, myself, and be happy to share with you any thoughts that we have, because we'll be the
Yeah.
ones having to explain it to clients.
Absolutely.
We'd love to have that dialogue, so I make that
Perfect.
offer to you.
Thank you, Hugo. So I guess my question is, are we, I hear what you're saying, right? 50% of these new units, roughly, right? 50% of these units will have 0 parking. And we are earmarking for seniors, right? And seniors, I guess you're going to define as 65 and over.
65 plus, and that's
All
what
right.
we have.
So if you don't have a unit, right, where you can find someone that's 65 and over and that doesn't have a car, you will not rent that unit out.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
and you're going to explicitly say that.
We're right. We're going to
Okay.
indicate that it's not just a preference, or it's not just
Got
a
it.
first offer.
Got it.
It will be a
Okay.
commitment that those 26 units can only be rented to seniors 65 and over with that do not have an automobile.
Perfect.
Through the-
Okay,
I'm sorry,
go ahead,
through the
ma'am.
Chair, yes. Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that there is a requirement in order to restrict the age to rent these units, that the only way that you can require for them to be a certain age or an elderly is if it's a 55 and over housing community. It would be some violations of discrimination. It would go against
I would
the
defer
fair
to-
housing.
I would defer to the city attorney. I mean, it's a voluntary proffer that I know we've run through.
It's a voluntary proffer, and you would be saying that you are doing it knowingly, willingly, and if it were challenged, you would handle any challenge.
Sure.
And moreover, that I guess you wouldn't be seeking some kind of hardship waiver down the road about that you wouldn't be coming and telling to the city, oh, we need to rent it or something later, frankly.
Well, I mean, so I'll split those up, not to get into, I mean, we are going to enter into a declaration of restrictions. That process in and of itself, I don't think I can waive the ability for this property owner or subsequent property owner to never come back and ask for relief. There would be a process for that, but we would certainly indemnify or hold harmless the city with any challenge or lawsuit. I'm not familiar with the Fair Housing Act at the level of knowing.
I
whether
believe,
that's true or not.
again, and I'm not an
Yeah.
expert in it. I think that when there is, HUD funding, when there's CDBG, I'm not an expert. I haven't researched it. Sometimes things are just brought up on the fly here. But I don't think that in a private development with that kind of a proffer, it would be problematic.
The Fair Housing Act applies over 4 units, I believe.
All right,
because it's the Commerce Clause.
yes.
Bar information.
Through the chair, it says, what kind of housing discrimination is illegal? Familial status or age. Landlords are not allowed to explicitly or indirectly turn you away based on your family status or your age. So basically, if we approve this, then we are approving something illegal.
I'm not
You just
sure
have to
that.
change it to 55.
It would have to comply with a 55 plus community. That means that at least one person in every unit would have to be over 55.
I think that, as I've just understood that, quickly explained, that the solution would be 55 as opposed to 65.
Well, except that I think the councilwoman brings up a good point. I can't commit to one 55-year-old in every unit, certainly. I could just proffer that we will rent to no individuals. I don't think there's any protection for car ownership. I don't think that's
Right, and I was
protected class. So why don't we?
Thank you, Councilor.
Why don't we just
Right.
limit it? I mean, with your indulgence, why don't we strike? It was an effort to address a concern
Right.
that your city and many other cities have, which is older folks. This housing inventory is currently being rented for $1,500, and that's really the range we anticipate. So these are, in these days, pretty affordable 1-bedroom units. And so we figured if we're trying to find folks who won't have cars, why not also go ahead and try and find some of the elderly that are having trouble finding units. If the law, and I apologize for
can we
not,
just-
you know, if the law prohibits us from doing so, then we could, you know, certainly agree again that none of those folks could have cars. I am telling you right now that I asked today, I believe there's close to 50 Section 8 vouchers on this property currently. So there are already, and of those, the majority are older folks. So I think this property already has, you know, a lot of older folks and will continue to attract them. But if we cannot legally target that age group, and I appreciate the comments, then, you know, we would ask respectfully to just go ahead and keep the parking limitation. The tenant may not have an automobile, but we would obviously not want to run afoul of.
I think that's right. I think that's an outstanding suggestion, and
Hold on,
in light of-
hold on. So it's just Hugo, but you know, if we go down that, I mean, I'm glad she brought that up, but if we go down that route, it's a scary type of precedence to set, right? So you're gonna start seeing these declarations come up and, well, they did it, why not us, right? And then for that, then why have any type of parking requirement on the code? So is there anything else that the city can see in return of that, right? I mean, you know, we're allowing zero parking. Is there some sort of AMI commitment then that we can talk about, right? I mean, if we are saying that, you know, you foresee that these rents are going to be $1,400, $1,500, great deal. I mean, I agree with you, right? So can we commit maybe not below a 60% AMI, but maybe something greater, closer to the workforce? I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
You know, we were hoping to avoid, you know, going down that, this is not a large project. And so, you know, audit requirements and other type of requirements, you know, I could certainly.
I mean, he's doing 13 units and he's giving us three at 60%.
I appreciate that. I was not lost on me that the item right before this one was offered.
That's right.
I know it's late in the evening.
Right.
And it
So
is my
don't- so-
50th birthday.
Hugo,
And so all of
Hugo,
those things being
I
in
get
mind.
it. I get it. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
I still
Happy
picked up
birthday.
on that.
Yeah. But don't tell me that it's not big enough, right? So that's all I'm asking for.
But would it be possible to come up with something between first and second reading and see if we can't, you know, I'd like to not have wasted and, you know, and spent the entire evening, but, you know, until you take a second vote, nothing's official. Would it be possible to go ahead and move this forward? And I will discuss with my client if we can tighten up, you know, rental limits in the capacity that you're talking about. And at least we continue the discourse. And obviously, if in second reading, what I proffer or offer is not acceptable, you know, no one's really lost anything except, you know, we don't necessarily just delay this to have an answer, a conversation. I'm not empowered this evening to give an AMI answer. I did not believe we were going to need to, and so I didn't kind of crunch those.
No one
numbers.
did, right?
Yeah, and I appreciate that. So,
Yeah.
so I would just, you know, respectfully ask if maybe we can just move it forward with our commitment to bring it back at second reading with an answer to your question.
And that's fine. And listen, and the only thing we're going to say is, and I don't know if you were at the workforce affordable housing task force, right? But
no, but all my clients, thankfully, I think every one of my clients is up there.
Absolutely. And so something came up, right? Something came up there. Our staff director had also mentioned, right? Hey, you know, we give a lot, right? The city gives a lot, right? A lot of concessions, et cetera, et cetera. Never got anything for it. There was a topic that came up on the task force, right? That pretty much said, hey, if we're going to start trying, the city is going to try to start now being able to leverage all those concessions, right? You know, if you do that now, why did we wait 30, 40 years to do that? And we're going to get penalized, right? Why are we going to get penalized for something that we've been doing for the last 30 years? Pretty much was the response. And I agreed, I understood. But just understand where we're coming from, right? We're now asking for zero parking, right? For zero parking, pretty much for nothing is what you're saying. You're going to take it back and you're going to go ahead and have that discussion. But I think as a city, Hugo, right? We need to be very conscious about certain needs, right? Like this affordable and workforce housing need that we're seeing throughout Miami-Dade County, right? But we're working on a program now, right? We're working on a program where situations like this could be a great example on helping us achieve that goal, right? So I think this council's fine with, you know, moving this to second reading, but I just don't want, right? I don't want I don't want it to catch you by surprise if again, there's discussion, right? There's a discussion next meeting regarding some sort of commitment, right? For the city.
I mean, I'm giving you my word. I'm going to come back with an answer. So it's certainly not going to catch me by surprise. Much longer discourse. Nobody wants to hear at 11 o'clock at night. I mean, I have a lot of opinions regarding, you know, how we practice in many jurisdictions, not just in Hialeah. And again, I'm happy to sit with that. You have some lawyers already on that task force, but I mean, I can bring some best practices and some stuff that other folks do. And happy to continue that dialogue, but I mean, it will not catch us by surprise. I mean, obviously, we're giving you our commitment that I'm going to evaluate, with my client. I'm going to talk to them and we'll have an answer. I'll start the second hearing with, exactly, an answer as to what we can do along those lines. There's no sense in belaboring the point, but I appreciate that.
And just briefly, right, I don't want to belabor either, but in light of these housing concerns with the federal act, you will start your presentation with what you're going to proffer, if anything, about the AMI, and it would be included in your covenant, right?
Yes, I mean, if I
It
have
would
a
need to be
proper-
included. If you're going to do it, it would need to be in the covenant.
Agreed.
For
agreed.
sure. I
Yeah.
mean, there's no debate about
I
that.
understand.
Okay.
Mr. Attorney, of course.
All right.
I get that point. I mean, the only thing that I may respectfully, if I may, if you don't mind, I mean, if we come back with a couple of options, I may reserve the right to present those options to the council, allow them to select one, and then agree as a condition that we'll include it in the covenant. And that's been done hundreds of times. So to answer your question explicitly,
enough.
you're going to ask me, I don't know if it's going to be already in writing. I may come back with more than one option, allow the council to make an informed decision, and then agree to put it in the covenant.
I understand.
And
Fair
I think
enough.
that's
It
the
will end up
distinction.
in writing in the covenant.
Absolutely.
All right.
That
I
it will end up
understand. Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you. That's what I meant.
If
All
I
right.
may through the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to get my numbers straight. There's 26 of these units that have that zero parking, 65 and over,
That we're proposing.
right? That were proposed. In total, there's how many,
148,
including the 26?
correct. There's 104 existing. We're proposing to add 44 units. The 26 don't have to be the new units. I mean, the moment we get an approval, I mean, any of the existing units, if there was someone without a car, or if we reach.
It doesn't matter where they're allocated?
No.
Because those tandem parkings doesn't.
No, because every tandem spot will be allocated to one unit. So
Okay,
every unit gets one parking. The rest of the units, except for the 26 units, would get a parking spot that actually allows 2 cars to fit.
okay.
And I mean, those spaces are going to be assigned closest to each building. I mean, if you looked at the picture that I showed, it's a series of buildings. So the parking in front of the buildings correspond to those units.
All right.
And then,
Okay, and just to be clear, Mr. President, we didn't come up with a percentage that we are going to be asking for that.
No, that's what
Yeah.
they're gonna bring back to us to review.
yeah, I want to see what's viable. And that's why I said it. We'll see what we can do. And then
All right, so we motion to table then, the item?
I-
Or you want
I
to,
think what
We're
the
motion
discussion is
with-
this motion to approve, and then in the second reading, we'll make
With
sure that we have
those-
these commitments. Yeah.
with those commitments, all right, so motion to approve
Okay,
Well,
you have some-
with the restrictions upon
Okay,
second reading,
Correct.
right?
All right, we
Second,
have a motion by Perez. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second by Vice President.
Ms. Sorry, Ms. Pacheco,
yes.
Ms. Perez,
yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Donedo.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Cobble,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for
Happy birthday.
February 27, 2024.
thank you. I return you to the Caesar Mastration.
Perfect. Happy
Yeah.
birthday. Caesar, your item was in first reading? With the 3 units at affordable?
Yeah.
Okay, so then it'll come back at the next meeting, so that way people don't forget. Thank you. All right, PZ8,
PZ 9, sir.
PZ9.
First reading of proposed
No.
ordinance.
EVA, no?
We did-
PZA pass.
We did PZA? Oh. Okay, sorry.
First reading of proposed ordinance granting a conditional use permit pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinance, section 98-181, to allow a K through 5 grade elementary school with a maximum capacity of 54 students in conjunction with a 77 children daycare, and a variance permit to allow 53 parking spaces where 62 parking spaces are required. In contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinance, section 98-2189, subsection 9. Property located at 1301 West 68th Street, Hialeah, Zone C1, Restricted Retail Commercial District, legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
All right, it's item to first reading. Do we have any council discussion? Motion. I have a motion by Rodriguez,
Second.
a second by Vice President.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Dundee.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Caldwell,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles,
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for February 27, 2024.
Mr. President, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
On item 10, I believe it is. The Michael Osmond file. We had talked about continuing it, but we want to request that it be to the first meeting in March as opposed to the next one in February.
We'll note the minutes.
Okay.
And can I record Council Member Perez's vote? Councilwoman Perez? Yeah. Can I record your vote for FT1? Yeah. LU1
Yeah.
and PZ8?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
That's it?
All right.